In the ravaged landscape of Ruaha, a resilient leader, the matriarch of the southern lion pride, prepares to guide her family through the harshest test in a decade. The matriarch is a strong and experienced leader. For 10 years, she has led a pride of 7 females and 13 cubs through many dry seasons. She makes careful decisions to keep the group united and safe. Junior, one of the youngest cubs, is weaker due to the limited food. He still follows the pride, showing a fragile determination to survive. As hunger threatens the pride's survival, a hunting opportunity arises. But it also brings great risks for both the matriarch and Junior. The pride faces a difficult hunt, a kudu. The tall grass obscures their view, and the heat exhausts both predator and prey. But in the end, the quarry is brought down. Hunger makes the lions ignore the rules, fighting for every scrap of meat. Junior struggles to keep up, and his weakness adds pressure on the matriarch. The most impressive highlight of Alaska is its majestic mountain range, which dominates the entire landscape. The Alaska Range, with Denali rising to 20,310 feet, is the highest mountain in North America, towering above the clouds as an unyielding symbol of nature's power. This mountain peak not only attracts ambitious climbers, but also stands as a symbol of the wild, challenging spirit that Alaska proudly preserves. The grandeur and elusiveness of this mountain range have drawn explorers from all over the world, serving as an invitation to push their limits and immerse themselves in pristine nature. In addition, Alaska's vast forests also play an important role in preserving its rich natural heritage. The boreal forest, also known as the taiga, covers most of the inland area with lush cypress and spruce trees. These forests not only captivate people with their enchanting beauty, but also serve as a sanctuary for wildlife, such as moose, brown bears, and countless rare bird species. Transforms into a barren tundra, yet it possesses a unique beauty. Here, Plants like mosses, lichens, and small shrubs continue to thrive resiliently on the layer of permafrost. The Arctic tundra is a harsh environment, but it is home to many fascinating animal species. Herds of migrating reindeer, clever Arctic foxes, and flocks of migratory birds gather here during the brief summer, creating a vibrant and dynamic ecosystem. The remarkable adaptability of the species here demonstrates the incredible vitality of nature, even in the harshest conditions. Alaska truly embodies a vivid picture of evolution and adaptation to the environment, where every living creature plays a vital role in this delicate natural ecosystem. Alaska's history is also intertwined with the rich culture of indigenous communities, European exploration, and the territorial expansion of the United States. Before Europeans arrived, Alaska was already home to many indigenous groups, such as the Inupiat and Eskimo in the north, the Aleut on the Aleutian Islands, as well as the Tlingit and Haida tribes in the southeast. These groups of people built a diverse and sustainable culture based on hunting, fishing, and gathering from the abundant natural resources around them, while passing down countless valuable traditions and knowledge through many generations. In the 18th century, Russian explorers began to explore Alaska. Among them was Vitus Bering, a Danish explorer serving Russia, who carried out extensive expeditions during the 1740s. In 1867, the United States purchased Alaska from Russia for $7,200,000 under the Treaty of Cession. A deal that was once considered foolish and a waste of money, famously called Seward's Folly, after Secretary of State William H. Seward. However, with its vast wealth of natural resources such as oil, minerals, and rich biodiversity, Alaska quickly proved its exceptional value, becoming an indispensable and invaluable asset to the United States. Stories about the development and conservation of nature here continue to be an endless source of inspiration for scientists and explorers around the world. On January 3, 1959, Alaska officially became the 49th state of the United States, marking the beginning of a significant new chapter after decades of striving for statehood. This event not only marked a turning point in the nation's history, but also served as the starting point for the diverse and vibrant development of the local wildlife. Among them, the moose stands out as an iconic symbol of North America, with its magnificent fan-shaped antlers, massive body, and distinctive call that captivates anyone passionate about the wild. Moose live in a variety of environments, from dense forests and vast grasslands to rugged mountain regions. They belong to the largest deer family in North America, with males, known as bulls, weighing between 700 and 1,100 pounds and standing nearly 5 feet tall at the shoulder. The most remarkable feature is its massive antlers, which can grow over 4 feet long. Each year they shed and regrow, symbolizing both strength and the miraculous renewal of nature. On the other hand, Female cattle, also known as cows, are smaller, typically weighing between 507 and 595 pounds. Both have a light golden brown coat that helps them blend easily into the grasslands and forest vegetation. Moose are social animals, and their herds can range from a few individuals to gatherings of several hundred, especially during the mating season, also known as the rut. This is the time when the males compete for mates with their howling calls, a distinctive form of communication that can be heard from miles away. That howl is not only meant to attract females, but also serves as a warning to other males about the dominant position within the pack. And in the summer, deer herds usually split into smaller groups, with females and their fawns gathering separately, while the males form bachelor groups to prepare for the upcoming battles for mates in the fall. When mating season arrives, the males fiercely compete for the right to mate with the females. After about 8 months of pregnancy, the cow gives birth to a calf, which is usually hidden carefully in tall grass to protect it from predators. In particular, moose are not only large animals with a significant impact on the ecosystem, but they also play a key role in maintaining the health of grassland and forest ecosystems. Their grazing habits help control vegetation, create favorable conditions for various plant species to grow, and, through their movement, they contribute to nutrient cycling by spreading fertilizer throughout the area. The presence of moose also provides an essential food source for major predators such as gray wolves and mountain lions, helping to maintain ecological balance. In addition to moose, the grizzly bear is also an iconic and awe-inspiring animal of North America. With their strength, intelligence, and remarkable adaptability, grizzly bears have developed a wide range of flexible survival strategies that allow them to thrive from the coastal regions of Alaska to remote forests, demonstrating the extraordinary power of the wild. In the majestic mountain regions of the continental United States, grizzly bears possess remarkable physical adaptations that enable them to survive and thrive in harsh wilderness environments. One of their most remarkable features is their massive size. A fully grown bear can weigh between 400 and 1,000 pounds, with males typically being larger than females. This weight not only demonstrates their strength, but also helps grizzly bears store essential fat reserves to survive harsh winters and periods of food scarcity. Their thick fur acts like an excellent thermal jacket, while the layer of fat beneath their skin serves as a shield against harsh weather conditions. But that's not all. The grizzly bear is also equipped with sharp claws and powerful legs, allowing it to easily dig up roots, tear apart decaying tree trunks to find insects, or catch salmon swimming upstream in icy rivers. In particular, their sense of smell is among the most sensitive in the animal kingdom, allowing them to detect food from miles away. This remarkable ability helps them consistently find valuable sources of nutrition, no matter how much their environment changes. As highly versatile omnivores, Grizzly bears don't just survive on berries, seeds, roots, or small rodents. They also hunt fish, especially salmon, which is an extremely important food source in areas where salmon spawn. Dietary diversity allows them to adapt flexibly to various environments and seasonal changes. In the summer and fall, they focus on storing up energy by eating voraciously, consuming as much as 20,000 calories a day. An impressive ability that allows them to build up enough fat to survive the long, cold winter. When winter arrives, grizzly bears hibernate in dens they dig themselves, minimizing their energy expenditure as much as possible. During this time, they can lose up to 30% of their body weight, demonstrating an impressive survival strategy. Most of the time, grizzly bears are solitary animals, although they sometimes gather during salmon spawning season or in areas with abundant food sources. Males typically have a larger range of activity than females, which usually stay close to their offspring. This social distribution helps minimize competition for food, allowing individuals to coexist in overlapping territories without constant conflict. Grizzly bears communicate with each other in a variety of ways, including vocalizations, body language, and scent marking. All of these methods play an important role in establishing territory and attracting mates. However, despite possessing many remarkable survival skills, grizzly bears still face countless challenges that threaten their existence. The loss of habitat caused by urban development, excessive logging, and agriculture has drastically reduced their living range. Fragmented habitats isolate bear populations, making it harder for them to find mates and increasing the risk of inbreeding, which seriously impacts the health and genetic diversity of the species. In addition, climate change is altering food sources and living conditions, making it even more difficult for grizzly bears to adapt and survive. Through all their efforts to adapt and survive in the harsh wilderness, grizzly bears remain a powerful symbol of resilience and the indomitable spirit of the wild, a world we must protect and cherish. Significant changes in temperature, rainfall, and food availability are posing a serious threat to the hibernation patterns of grizzly bears and profoundly impacting their primary food sources, especially salmon populations. When the ecosystem changes, grizzly bears are forced to adapt quickly if they want to avoid facing a serious decline in their population. Beneath its thick fur and intense gaze, the grizzly bear is not only a symbol of the power of nature, but also a reminder of the importance of perseverance and adaptability in our ever-changing lives. Their struggle to survive amid the ice and climate change is a reflection of the very challenges that humanity is facing now and will continue to face in the future. Cherish every wild creature because each one plays a role in maintaining the balance of the ecosystem, the shared home we all live in. If you also think this bear is adorable, leave a comment with the number 6 below. Thank you for joining Nature Moment, a place where we share the extraordinary stories of the natural world. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe to the channel, and stay tuned for the next video so we can keep exploring the limitless beauty of our blue planet together. Just one moment of inattention, and the darkness will instantly swallow you whole. And the question echoes, who will still be standing when dawn breaks? As the midday sun beats down on the savannah, turning the air into a shimmering veil, a calculated silence falls. Hidden in the golden yellow grass, their coats blending perfectly with the landscape, the lions are waiting. The lion is the only big cat that lives and hunts in social groups called prides, a complex structure that allows them to take down prey larger and more dangerous than any solitary predator would dare to dream of. In lion society, it is the females who undertake 85 to 90% of the hunting. Their bodies are perfect machines for lightning-fast ambushes, built for short but terrifying bursts of power, capable of accelerating up to 50 miles per hour. Today, their target is a herd of African buffalo, moving walls of horn and muscle, known for their ferocity and solidarity. The hunt begins not with a roar, but with absolute silence. The pride quietly splits up, executing a deadly pincer movement that has been honed over generations. A few act as decoys, while the most expert hunters silently encircle, isolating a large buffalo on the edge of the herd. And then, the attack explodes like a storm. Dust flies as a whirlwind of tawny-colored fur launches at the prey. It is a battle of pure power, A lioness leaps onto the buffalo's back, her claws digging in to maintain her balance against the frantic bucking. The others simultaneously attack the hind legs and the flanks, coordinating to bring down the nearly 1-ton giant. When the colossal buffalo finally succumbs to exhaustion and blood loss, a decisive bite to the throat ends the struggle. As the dust settles, the alpha male, with his majestic mane, leisurely approaches. His role is not to chase, but to protect the territory and the pride. After a successful hunt, he has the right to eat first, his possessive roar enough to deter any scavenger, even the most numerous hyena clans. The diet of the lion reflects their dominant status, favoring large mammals such as the African buffalo, the zebra, and the wildebeest. The feast of the rulers begins, but on the savannah, no feast is a private affair. High in the sky, dark spots begin to appear, circling patiently. They have smelled death from miles away. The vultures have sensed death, ready to clean up what is left, closing the circle of life on the savannah. In the dry season, the savannah contracts around the few remaining waterholes. The daytime temperature soars to over 95 degrees Fahrenheit. A giraffe lowers its nearly 6-foot-long neck to drink, slowly but always alert. A Nile crocodile lies still for hours, waiting for a single mistake. A hippopotamus defends its territory with a gaping jaw, revealing a bite force of over 1,800 pounds force. Above, an African fish eagle circles and dives as soon as it spots the shadow of a fish. The spotted hyena waits patiently, ready to close in on any lone or weary wanderer. Each creature comes here with a plan of its own. These waterholes are the fragile boundary between life and death. But the real trap awaits beneath the still water's surface. Imagine you are driving through the vast grasslands of the savannah, where the dry season sun scorches the earth and every blade of grass trembles. In the midst of that endless space, a waterhole suddenly appears. Here, a vibrant gathering takes place. Elephants, zebras, giraffes, antelopes, and even nocturnal wanderers like the black rhino converge, creating a lively dance. The waterholes on the savannah can form naturally or be created by human intervention. Sometimes they are also formed by the elephants themselves. They often dig the earth in search of minerals. Over time, these small pits can develop into long-term water sources, creating miniature ecosystems. In addition, the large national parks and wildlife reserves across Africa have proactively built hundreds of artificial waterholes. In Kruger National Park in South Africa, in the 1980s, about 300 waterholes and 50 reservoirs were developed. Meanwhile, in Namibia's Etosha National Park, the landscape is dominated by a vast, dry salt pan. Here, the system of waterholes is more evenly balanced between natural and artificial sources. Some of Etosha's most iconic waterholes have become gathering points for wildlife and destinations for tourists from all over the world. These sites are often illuminated at night, offering people a rare opportunity to witness quiet, magical moments. As the first light of dawn breaks, the African savannah enters one of the few cool moments of the day. In the dry season, the temperature usually ranges from 57 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit. At this time, the air is still, the ground has not yet heated up. This is the characteristic hour for the arrival of the small, cautious herbivores. They come early to take advantage of the quiet when the predators have not yet begun their activity. This is the springbok, one of the earliest visitors to the waterhole. They never travel alone, always in groups. Each one keeps just enough distance to avoid being trapped if something goes wrong. Every time it bows its head to drink, it lasts only a few seconds, then it looks up again, ears pricked, muscles tense. When agitated or excited, the springbok leaps high into the air from 6 to 10 feet, with an arched back and the white patch of fur along its spine erect. It is a message to the predator, "I see you." Footage from the camera systems shows that they only spend brief moments at the waterhole, unlike species like the zebra that stay longer. This short window of exposure significantly reduces the risk of being ambushed. And as caution retreats, another commotion immediately fills the air. As the cautious antelopes retreat, the stage is left to a smaller but much more energetic animal. Each flock usually consists of 10 to 25 individuals moving together as a cohesive social unit. This noisy presence can even benefit the herbivores like the impala or the wildebeest by giving them an early warning. The alarm call of a guinea fowl can travel up to 164 yards in open terrain. Although they have wings and can fly short distances, guinea fowls usually prefer to run when escaping from threats. They can sprint at speeds of up to 22 miles per hour and have the ability to change direction quickly. Their diet also plays a crucial ecological role. Mainly feeding on seeds, tubers, and insects, guinea fowls are also capable of catching small reptiles. The muddy belt around the waterholes is an ideal place to forage, especially in the dry season when insects are attracted to the moisture-rich areas. By concentrating their foraging on the water's edge, the guinea fowl minimizes the risk of getting too close to the water's edge. It is estimated that there are about 28 to 30 million individuals in the wild. Most live outside of protected areas and have adapted well. Amidst the noisy chaos of the ground birds, a completely opposite presence approaches, tall, majestic, and almost absolutely silent. Unlike many other herbivores that tend to move in the early morning or late afternoon, the giraffe mainly drinks from noon to late afternoon. It is a strategic choice. Predators are less likely to be lurking near the waterholes during the midday hours, as lions, leopards, and hyenas usually retreat to the shade to rest. With its superior height, the giraffe can spot danger from afar. But in the vulnerable drinking posture, they are temporarily exposed. They do not keep their heads down for long. Each sip lasts only a few seconds, quick, deliberate, always followed by a lift of the head to scan the surroundings. In larger groups, some individuals remain standing as temporary sentinels while the others drink. The height, the most prominent feature of the giraffe, is both an advantage and a challenge. Thanks to its stature, the giraffe can feed on the leaves at the tops of trees that most other herbivores cannot reach, especially the thorny acacia leaves. To handle these thorny meals, the giraffe uses its long, dark purple tongue, which is from 18 to 20 inches long. They do not migrate long distances like some of the larger antelopes, but giraffes do move seasonally, traveling between wet and dry areas. However, despite their enormous size, giraffes have a surprisingly light ecological footprint. Their presence at a waterhole is like a long shadow under the midday sun, quiet, calm, and respectfully distant. They avoid waterholes with steep banks, deep pools, or obscured views. But even a wide view cannot hide the ambusher beneath the water's surface. Instead, they prefer gentle slopes, clear water, hard ground, and a wide field of vision. Behind or from the sides. It lurks right in front of them, perfectly camouflaged as a floating log, waiting for that single moment of vulnerability. As the sun climbs high and the temperature quickly rises past 86 degrees Fahrenheit, the savanna transitions to a harsher rhythm of life. The air becomes dry and sharp. The sunlight whitens the ground and the waterhole loses its early morning tranquility. Its muddy bottom is stirred up by dozens of herds, zebras, wildebeest, buffalo, arriving one after another, turning the surface into a murky mixture. Beneath that murky water, peace is but a fragile illusion. The adult individuals, over 13 feet long, lie silently near the bank, with only their eyes and nostrils above the water, observing without being seen. They do not need to move much. Just a well-timed upward snap as a gazelle lowers its head is enough to pull the prey under the water. This predator is a master of stillness, the Nile crocodile. With a single lunge, attacking at a speed of up to 40 feet per second, the prey is pulled under the water before it can even cry out. Instead of chasing, it conserves energy through patience and concealment. With a body that can be over 16 feet long and weigh more than 1,500 pounds, they have enough strength to drag an adult zebra into the water instantly. As cold-blooded animals, Nile crocodiles cannot regulate their own body temperature. They are completely dependent on their surroundings. When the water temperature is around 86 to 91 degrees Fahrenheit, they lie motionless, conserving heat and minimizing energy loss. But when the temperature rises above 93 degrees Fahrenheit, they crawl onto the bank and open their mouths wide, a behavior known as gaping. Not to threaten, but to cool down. The moisture evaporating from their open mouths helps to release heat without the need for sweat. The adaptability of the Nile crocodile is the product of millions of years of evolution. Recent genetic studies have shown that the Nile crocodile today is not a homogeneous population, but a mixture of at least two distinct genetic lineages. One lineage is dominant in eastern and southern Africa. The other is now recognized as a separate species common in the western and central regions. Their diet reflects a progression through their life stages. Young crocodiles under 5 feet long feed mainly on insects. As they grow, reaching about 6.5 feet, they switch to fish, crabs, and amphibians. When fully mature, they begin to hunt primates, antelopes, and even young buffalo, prey that can weigh over 220 pounds. The diet evolves with the size and strength of the jaw, but the strategy remains the same: wait and strike with precision. A crocodile lies completely motionless, with only its eyes and nostrils above the water. No one sees it move. But at the larger waterholes, the hippos enter as if they own the place. They do not swim. They glide across the muddy bottom. Their massive bodies create gentle ripples on the surface. There is no friendship between these two species, but there is no war either, at least not when each knows its place. The hippo is too large to be prey. The crocodile is too dangerous to be trifled with. They coexist like difficult neighbors. But sometimes that fragile balance breaks when the waterhole shrinks too much in the dry season. When every square foot of water becomes as precious as gold, conflict is inevitable. As the dry season drags on across the savannah, the earth cracks under the scorching sun, and the hippopotamus herds begin to make their way to the last remaining waterholes. These are not just places to quench a thirst. They are sanctuaries, lifelines in a world that is desperately running out of water. At the peak of the afternoon, when the air temperature can rise above 104 degrees Fahrenheit, the hippos are completely submerged in the warm water, keeping their body temperature stable. With their massive size, thick skin, and almost no sweat glands, the water becomes their only shield against overheating and dehydration. Each adult hippo can weigh over 3,300 pounds, but they are not clumsy in the water. Although they cannot swim like a fish, they move efficiently by walking on the bottom, using their strong legs to push themselves forward. This method allows them to stay submerged for hours, surfacing only for a moment to take a breath before diving back down. Their water-dependent lifestyle turns the waterhole into the focal point of almost all their activities during the dry season. But as the surface area shrinks, the space between individuals begins to close and tensions rise. The dominant males, which are territorial, begin to assert their control with powerful shoves, underwater clashes, or full-blown confrontations. In such a confined space, even the act of gaping can signal a challenge. This sound, whether a grunt or a roar, echoes over the water, piercing the heavy air and traveling for hundreds of yards. Among the individuals, territorial marking plays a crucial role. Hippos have a unique way of doing this with their dung. As the environmental pressure increases, these signals become more important than ever, helping the individuals to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Such waterholes are often located in crucial areas of the African continent, where hippos are widely distributed along the rivers, lakes, and floodplains. However, in recent decades, that range has gradually shrunk due to habitat loss and increasing pressure from humans. Beyond their love for the water, hippos actively reshape their ecosystem. As they move through the landscape, they inadvertently create new channels, directing the flow of water and helping to retain moisture in the soil. But the survival story of the hippo is not just limited to the daylight hours. As night falls and the moonlight shimmers on the still water, the hippos begin to leave the waterhole, heading inland to graze. They can travel from 3 to 6 miles in a single night in search of food, always returning before dawn. In the shadows, predators like the lion, the leopard, and the spotted hyena begin to move towards the waterholes. Unlike the pack-hunting lion or the speed-reliant cheetah, the leopard has a different approach, moving silently through the tall grass at the edge of the waterholes. After a quiet rest and drink at the now cool waterhole, the leopard begins its hunt. It climbs the nearby trees. The leopard may not be the fastest runner, but it is a master climber. With its sharp, retractable claws, it grips the bark like a seasoned mountaineer. Its golden eyes reflect the moonlight, thanks to a reflective layer of tissue in the retina, which enhances its vision in low-light conditions. Unlike many predators, leopards do not frequent the waterholes to drink. They know these are risky places. But as ambush predators, they turn these very places into natural traps. The waterhole attracts impalas, bushbucks, and warthogs. And all it takes is a single mistake, a moment of inner tension for the prey to fall into the claws of one of the stealthiest hunters. The leopard's body is made for agility and surprise. Although smaller than a lion or a tiger, an adult male can weigh from 66 to 143 pounds. Its pale, yellowish-brown coat is covered in irregular rosette patterns, making it almost invisible in its surroundings. In the twilight, this camouflage becomes a perfect shield, allowing it to disappear among the bushes, the tree trunks, or the rocky ledges by the water's edge. Sometimes, it may only move a few steps in several minutes, its eyes fixed on its target, its ears alert to the slightest sound. And when the distance is close enough, usually just a few yards, it launches forward at a speed of up to 37 miles per hour. What sets the leopard apart is its ability to carry its prey up a tree. After a successful hunt, it uses its immense strength to drag its prey, sometimes twice its own weight, up to a high, sturdy branch. This behavior protects its meal from lions, spotted hyenas, or African wild dogs, and provides a quiet place to eat without being disturbed. This is part of the reason why the leopard thrives in so many ecosystems, from dense jungles to open grasslands and rocky hills. Their diet is almost limitless. As opportunistic predators, leopards eat everything from insects, rodents, birds, and fish to ungulates. Historically, the leopard roamed throughout Africa and a large part of Asia. But by 2025, they have disappeared from at least 13 countries and are on the verge of extinction in 7 others. Across Africa, they now inhabit only 25 to 37% of their original range, with the highest numbers in Tanzania, Namibia, Botswana, and South Africa. One of the most notable ecological roles of the leopard. As a mid-level predator in the food chain, they help to control the populations of ungulate species. However, they face fierce competition. In areas like the Sabi Sand, about 22% of leopard fatalities are caused by lions, while spotted hyenas steal nearly 50% of their kills. Although long known as scavengers, modern studies show that the vast majority, from 70 to 95%, of the spotted hyena's diet comes from their own hunts. Prey such as wildebeest, buffalo calves, and Thompson's gazelles can fall victim even when not injured or weak. Unlike the big cats like the lion or the cheetah, which rely on bursts of acceleration and sudden attacks, the spotted hyena is a master of endurance. With a large heart, solid muscle mass, and powerful hind legs, they can pursue their prey at a speed of 37 miles per hour for a long distance. The chase is not a quick sprint. It is a war of attrition, wearing down the prey bit by bit. They take turns leading the chase, never letting their target rest. And as the animal begins to tire, the pack closes in. When the prey falls, a feeding frenzy erupts. The whole clan rushes forward, noisy, chaotic, and aggressive. But even the bones are not wasted. With a bite force of up to 1,000 pounds force, the strongest among the land mammals, the spotted hyena easily crushes thick, heavy bones. Their teeth and jaws are made not just for tearing flesh, but for consuming what most other species leave behind. The hyenas take advantage of the opportunity to coordinate their hunts. They do not need to hide in the tall grass or the bushes. Instead, they apply pressure as a unit. Their coordination is built on sound. The high-pitched giggles, the short whoops, and the guttural growls are tactical calls like coded signals. To understand this level of coordination, it is important to know that spotted hyenas do not live alone. They form large clans of up to 80 individuals, led by a dominant female. The large clans have a clear advantage in defending their territory, taking down larger prey and even confronting other predators like lions or leopards. A particularly unique feature is their reproductive and hormonal system. The female possesses external genitalia that is very similar to that of the male, which has led to considerable confusion and directly shapes the female-dominated social structure. Their varied diet also plays a crucial role in their adaptability. The spotted hyena consumes everything from small mammals, birds and reptiles to insects and even human waste. Ecologically, the spotted hyena helps to regulate the populations of herbivore species, clean up carrion, and reduce the spread of disease. In the ecosystems where the lion dominates by strength and the leopard by solitary cunning, the spotted hyena thrives through unity. Their tactical calls, the high-pitched giggles. The short whoops are the language of coordination, the weapon that helps them to conquer prey much larger than themselves. Across the vast African savanna, their chorus of victory often echoes. But even that laughter falls silent when the monarch roars. And yet, there is one sound that can silence all the noise, a sound that makes the entire savanna hold its breath. It is not the chaotic call of a clan, but the solitary declaration of a monarch. When the thunderous roar of the lion is heard, it is not just a warning, but a command. Every creature, even the most numerous hyena clans, understands that true power has just spoken. The glorious return of the King of the Hunters. Recent ecological studies have found that vultures often fly at altitudes of 1,600 to 5,000 feet around the waterholes during the dry season. This is when the mortality rate of animals is high due to exhaustion, malnutrition, or injuries sustained while competing for water. From above, with a vision 3 to 4 times sharper than a human's, they can spot a wildebeest straying from its herd. Unlike the New World vultures, which rely heavily on their sense of smell, the African vultures are completely dependent on their sight. This effect can attract dozens or even hundreds of vultures in less than an hour. Their bald heads and necks allow them to reach deep into the chest cavity or the abdominal region of a carcass without their feathers getting matted or dirty. Their strong, curved beaks can tear through the thick hide of large animals like the African buffalo or the giraffe. A long, flexible neck allows them to access the most nutrient-rich organs, the liver, the heart, the intestines, which are full of protein and minerals. Their immune system is a biological marvel. With a stomach acid that has a pH close to 1, they can neutralize pathogens. Their migratory behavior is much more flexible than that of many other birds of prey. And then, another opportunist strides into the scene. They can travel for hundreds of miles to follow the movements of the wildebeest and the zebra, or to reach areas affected by drought. At the waterhole, the competition for food is not just between different vulture species, but also includes the Marabou stork. Both feed on the carrion from the leftover prey of the predator, but the vulture has the advantage in numbers, tearing strength, and speed of arrival. They usually arrive just a few minutes after the vultures have started to gather. The marabous descend with a slow but determined gait, walking straight into the crowd. In many cases, that beak becomes a weapon used to push back the rivals and snatch the best pieces of meat. Their evolutionary adaptations are clearly reflected in their physical traits. Like many vultures, their head and neck are almost bald, sometimes with just a few downy feathers, which minimizes the risk of contamination. Their large, strong, and straight beak acts like a dagger, capable of cutting through tough muscle tissue and even killing small prey. Their diet shows how opportunistic they are. Besides scavenging, the Marabou stork also eats fish, frogs, insects, lizards, nestlings, eggs, and rodents. They frequently forage in the garbage dumps near human settlements, where leftover food becomes a convenient source of energy. Sometimes they wait for the vultures to tear open the thick hide before stepping in to claim the softer tissues inside, saving effort and avoiding risk. At the waterhole, their role extends beyond scavenging. The Marabou stork closely observes the weak or injured animals, attacking with quick pecks. They are also known to hunt for fish in the shrinking pools as the dry season deepens. But that long beak can also be a disadvantage, making it difficult to grip slippery fish in the muddy water. But high above, a pair of golden eyes is watching for every mistake. Perched motionless on a bare, sun-bleached branch, the African fish eagle locks its piercing golden eyes on the scene below. The splash of water and the flapping of wings become a signal too loud to ignore. The eagle leans forward slightly, spreads its 7.5-foot wingspan, and dives, the wind whistling as it descends. But it is not aiming for the fish in the water, it is aiming for the one holding it. A shrill cry tears through the air, and the Marabou stork freezes, glancing up for a split second. Just a moment's hesitation, and the fish slips from its beak, falling to the muddy ground. In a flash, the African fish eagle folds its wings and dives like an arrow, its legs extended, its talons lined with rough, horny scales. The African fish eagle is a close relative of the North American bald eagle. It is found widely throughout sub-Saharan Africa, from the Great Lakes like Victoria, Tanganyika, and Malawi, to the great rivers like the Nile and the Zambezi. Their movements are not long-distance migrations, but seasonal shifts driven by the availability of food. In the ecosystem, the African fish eagle plays a dual role. As a top predator of fish and waterfowl, and as both a scavenger and a kleptoparasite, taking advantage of the meals that others have caught. As the shadows of darkness fade over the still surface of the waterhole, the last sounds of the night begin to quiet. Only the harshness of the deep, dry season remains, tightening its grip on the savannah. The predators have retreated, leaving behind a heavy silence. This is the beginning of a new day, a day where the lines of survival are drawn ever more sharply. The savannah enters the most arid phase of the year, the deep, dry season, where all life is drawn to a single focal point, the waterhole. Under the increasingly intense sun, the shoreline recedes inward day by day, leaving behind a layer of cracked mud and a jumble of overlapping footprints. The small, shallow pools are the first to disappear. During prolonged droughts, the water level in many of the smaller holes drops steadily by 1 to 2 inches per day. In less than 2 weeks, a shallow depression can dry up completely. The remaining deeper, wider waterholes become the final gathering points of the savanna. Every species converges. Whether it is an elephant leading its herd across dozens of miles or an impala threading its way through the bush, all are drawn to the one dwindling source. No more boundaries between predator and prey. No more choosing a safer time to drink. No more space to keep a safe distance. The waterhole becomes nature's last supper. The Cape buffalo are often the first to arrive simply because they are rarely far away. They make their way to the waterhole through the arid African savanna. These buffalo are widely distributed across southern and eastern Africa, with a total population of African buffalo estimated at about 513,000 individuals. That number continues to decline, a long-term trend driven by habitat loss, hunting, and climate change. They have adapted through a strong herd lifestyle. The groups can range from a few dozen to over 1,000 individuals, with a clear social structure and hierarchy. As they approach the waterhole, their first instinct is to drink. They usually arrive in the early morning or late afternoon to avoid the scorching heat. The mud along the water's edge offers more than just refreshment. The Cape buffalo wallow in it to cool down, protecting themselves from flies, mosquitoes, and parasites. Once it dries, the mud acts as a natural suit of armor. This is also when social interactions occur most frequently. But the waterhole is anything but safe. This life-sustaining resource always brings competition. Sometimes the Cape buffalo confronts a rhinoceros. But when the true giants arrive, all must make way. The greater threat, however, comes from the elephants. When an elephant herd arrives, the Cape buffalo almost always retreat. They are simply not in the same weight class as the largest land mammals on Earth. And while the African elephant is known for its gentle nature, they can become very territorial, especially near a waterhole. They do not just come to drink, they come to survive, a space to cool down, to care for their bodies, and to maintain the bonds that hold the herd together. An adult elephant can drink from 40 to 80 gallons of water per day, using its trunk, the only tool it has, to suck up each mouthful and spray it into its mouth. The waterhole is not just a place to drink. They are natural spas, playgrounds, and social centers. The young calves play, the adults spray water on each other, and the younger males test their strength in harmless sparring matches. When the surface water runs out, the elephants dig deeper, using their tusks and front feet to break through the dry mud or sand in search of hidden underground water sources. In doing so, they not only save themselves, but often uncover water for other species as well. This behavior has earned the elephant the title of ecosystem engineer. They are widely distributed across Africa, with a continent-wide population estimated at about 415,000 individuals. However, from 1964 to 2016, the number of savanna elephants has declined by as much as 70%, and forest elephants by up to 90%, mainly due to habitat loss and poaching. Their migration is tied to the water. In the rainy season, the elephants wander far in search of fresh food. But as the dry season tightens its grip, they return to the most reliable waterholes. At the waterhole, the elephant reigns supreme. Their dominance can be forceful, even aggressive, but it is also how they secure the resources for their herd. Amidst the scorched plains of Africa, where the ground cracks like the skin of some ancient reptile, water is more precious than gold. The earth is cracked, the air vibrates. The waterhole, now just a shallow mud pit, becomes an arena for giants. An old bull elephant, his face patient but full of authority, approaches. But at the water's edge, a black rhino stands, its gaze defiant. Two monarchs of the savannah, each carrying the pride of its species, are now forced to confront each other for every precious drop of water. No roars, no howls, just a pressurized silence, a battle of wills where both know that a single small mistake could cost the weaker one dearly. Will the herd strength of the elephant subdue the solitary will of the rhino, or will its inherent stubbornness hold its ground? The unforgiving battle for life is happening right now. And in the dry dust, another figure steps out with a distinct toughness. The black rhino is not a species that is particularly attached to any one waterhole. They only seek out water during the quieter hours of the day. Each visit may last only a few minutes, enough to drink their fill before retreating to the safety of the surrounding bushes. In ideal conditions, they can drink up to 9 gallons of water per day. But in times of drought, they can go several days without drinking, relying instead on the moisture in the leaves they eat. The soft mud around the edge of the waterhole often bears their large, circular footprints. This cool, damp mud helps to regulate their temperature, and when it dries, it forms a natural shield that protects against UV rays and insects. Although largely solitary, the black rhino still leaves invisible messages around the waterhole. They mark the area with dung piles and by spraying streams of urine, signals that convey information about their sex and reproductive status. With a strong sense of territory and a volatile temperament, confrontations are often unavoidable. Encounters between two individuals can escalate into fierce battles, both using their sharp horns to attack. But in the dry season, access to water can be more precious than life itself. Then the sky changes, opening a new chapter of renewal. As the dry season ends, the sky over the savannah begins to change color. The first clouds of the season gather, heavy but full of promise. The first rains fall in light, scattered drops, then gradually become heavier and more regular, soaking the cracked earth. This is when the waterholes begin to transform. From shrunken mud puddles, they slowly fill, then overflow, pushing their boundaries wider day by day. No longer confined by the limits of the dry season, the waterholes expand, some doubling or even quintupling in size. The water is not just more abundant, but also cleaner. The heavy rains dilute the muddy bottom, washing away months of accumulated sediment. Around the waterholes, the landscape changes at a remarkable speed. In just 2 to 3 weeks of regular rain, fresh grass covers the ground. These young shoots are soft, tender, and rich in nutrients. An ideal food source for large herbivores like zebras, wildebeest, and buffalo. It is not just the local wildlife that responds. Migratory birds begin to arrive from Europe, Central Asia, and the Middle East. And on the new water's surface, a graceful bird begins a peculiar walk. The newly formed shallow waters quickly become feeding and breeding grounds for wading birds. This is the time when a bird known by the nickname Jesus bird, the African Jacana, begins its remarkable journey. They do not fly in a hurry. They arrive gently, almost silently, leaving delicate, fine footprints like brushstrokes on the floating lily pads. The African Jacana's ability to walk on floating vegetation is one of nature's most incredible feats. They have exceptionally long toes and slender claws, which help to distribute their body weight over a much larger surface area. The rainy season waterhole environment is an ideal setting for this bird. The spreading, still shallow waters are filled with a jumble of floating plants that form a vibrant labyrinth. The African Jacana weaves through the gaps in the leaves, using its long beak to gently probe the underside in search of insects, larvae, and spiders. Each cluster of leaves is a world of its own, and the Jacana is a patient, graceful hunter. Unlike most bird species, the African Jacana follows a completely reversed breeding system. The female is the larger, more brightly colored individual and the one who dominates the territory. It maintains a large area in which several males reside. After mating, the female lays her eggs in a nest built by a male, then quickly moves on to repeat the cycle with other partners. Meanwhile, the female is already in another corner of the waterhole, preparing for her next round of nesting. Instead of investing completely in one clutch, the female spreads the survival risk over multiple nests. And the male, although taking on the role of caregiver, is the key figure in preserving the species' genetic legacy. But this fragile peace is soon broken by a motionless grey shadow. After the African Jacana has gracefully walked on the water, the scene opens up to fresh rainwater spreading across the savannah. In the stillness of the waterhole, a grey heron appears, as motionless as a statue in the shallow water. At nearly 3 feet tall with a wingspan that can be up to 69 inches, the grey heron is an unmistakable silhouette. And yet, when it stands perfectly still, blending in with the grey sky and the low bushes, it almost disappears from the sight of its prey. In the wet, slow rhythm of the rainy season, when everything softens and moves more gently, the grey heron's patient and silent hunting style becomes even more effective. It does not chase its prey. Instead, the heron uses an ambush strategy. It stands perfectly still, often on one leg, for many minutes. Beneath the murky water, fish, tadpoles, frogs, and insects go about their business, unaware that the long shadow above is waiting for the slightest movement. When the moment comes, the grey heron strikes with incredible speed. Its sharp, spear-like beak shoots down in a split second, precise and decisive. In the ever-moving ecosystem of the waterhole, the grey heron is not particularly picky about its meals. Fish is still the top choice, but if a shrimp, a crab, a small crustacean, or even a vole or a stray chick comes too close to the water's edge, it will not be ignored. The waterhole is also a social center for the grey heron. As the breeding season approaches, they gather in large groups, often nesting in tall trees near the water. A typical nest contains 3 to 5 pale blue eggs. After hatching, the chicks stay in the nest for 7 to 8 weeks until they are strong enough to spread their wings and fly. And yet, not all choose silence. Some turn the waterhole into a dance floor. Some are permanent residents, while others migrate from the temperate regions to the south when conditions become harsher. Although they share the color gray in both their plumage and their name, the gray-crowned crane exhibits a completely different lifestyle. As the ground begins to retain water after the first rains, these cranes land with their wings spread, carrying a regal presence. Unlike the silent hunters like the gray heron, this crane rarely stands still. It moves constantly along the water's edge, each step graceful but purposeful. With each firm stomp on the damp ground, the mud beneath vibrates. Insects, frogs, and other small creatures hidden under the surface are startled and emerge. This foot-stomping feeding method is a characteristic behavior demonstrating the bird's intelligence in actively interacting with its environment. Their diet has few limits, from grasshoppers and crickets to seeds, young grass, lizards, worms, and sometimes even bird eggs. In the heart of the flooded plains, the gray-crowned crane is not just here to hunt, it is here to connect, to belong. The individuals are often seen in pairs or small family groups. They gather around the shallow pools, sipping the clear water, basking in the Sunday. In the stillness of the landscape, those calls travel far, creating a kind of primal music that only those who have heard it in person can truly understand. Researchers believe that these dances are not just mating rituals, they strengthen the bond between the lifelong partners. Although not a long-distance migratory species, the gray-crowned crane does move seasonally, following the water sources and the promise of lush vegetation. They are widely distributed throughout eastern and southern Africa. This bird is the national symbol of Uganda, appearing in the center of its flag in a proud posture, representing grace, composure, and national pride. In the wild, the gray-crowned crane lives for an average of 20 to 25 years, and in captivity, they can live up to 35 or even 40. However, Their status as a cultural icon does not come from their longevity, but from their refined demeanor, their complex social habits, and their unique ability to express emotion. Then suddenly, a brilliant red beak silently descends into the shallow water. The saddle-billed stork silently enters the shallow water. Its brilliant red beak, banded with yellow, glitters in the light. Unlike the ambush predators like the heron, the saddle-billed stork hunts with a more deliberate and active approach. It usually forages alone or in pairs, wading slowly through the shallow waters with a calm, focused demeanor. Its unhurried stride and sweeping gaze glide over the water's surface. But it is its large beak, nearly 12 inches long, that is the real hunting tool. Instead of striking randomly, the bird constantly dips its beak into the water, as if scanning for the slightest ripples beneath the mud. The moment the tip of the beak feels even the slightest twitch, be it a gentle flick of a catfish or a sideways crawl of a crab, the snap is instantaneous. When it catches a fish nearly half its own length, the stork will usually carry it to the bank, turning the fish with its beak to swallow it head first. At up to 5 feet tall, with a wingspan of nearly 8 feet, the saddle-billed stork is one of the largest birds in Africa. The males are generally heavier, averaging 14 pounds compared to the females' 13. An easy way to distinguish the sexes in the wild is by their eye color. Their preferred habitats are large, shallow wetlands, swamps, floodplain lakes, and seasonal river channels. The loss of wetland habitat, groundwater extraction, riverine deforestation, and agricultural runoff have shrunk their range. But the waterhole never stops. It continues to cycle, opening a new chapter of life and the battle for conservation. As the seasonal rains fill the natural depressions across the land, a waterhole is not merely a new pool on the savannah, it becomes the engine that restarts the entire ecosystem. From the nutrient-rich mud that attracts the return of aquatic life, to the lush green grasslands that draw the migrating herds, and even the arrival of the predators that follow their prey. In the rainy season, each waterhole becomes a biological crossroads from which life radiates. In the dry season, its role becomes even more crucial. Each day, the largest residents of the savanna need hundreds of liters of water just to regulate their body temperature and to survive. Even the species that can go longer without drinking rarely stray more than 2 days from a water source. In the dry season, when the average rainfall drops below 2 inches a month, the waterholes become essential gathering points. However, human intervention in the availability of water has not always produced the expected results. Studies have shown that the too even distribution of water sources has disrupted the natural movement patterns, putting pressure on the vegetation. Restricting the supply of artificial water is not about cutting off life. It is a strategy to restore balance. As the animals have to travel further to find water, the interval between the reproductive cycles of some of the largest species has increased. However, the role of a waterhole is not just to sustain wildlife. Thousands of animals drink, defecate, and urinate here, turning the area into a fertile strip of land. This cycle continues, tightly intertwined, silently precise, all without the need for a human hand. The waterhole is a lifeline, a gathering place, a battlefield, a stage, all existing in a small space, but connecting hundreds of species. To humans, it may seem like nothing more than a mud puddle, but for the wild world, it is where life begins, regenerates, and reconnects. And as the rains begin to dissipate across the savanna, where the ground cracks and the dry bushes struggle under the heat, the waterholes are no longer a gift of nature. They become a battlefield against disappearance. In these conditions, the conservation efforts are launched with urgency and innovation. In Kenya's Tsavo Conservancy, 2 new boreholes have been drilled deep into the earth, providing a stable source of water for the people, their livestock, and the countless herds of wildlife. In Zimbabwe's Hwang National Park, over 25 hybrid solar and diesel-powered pumps operate continuously, keeping the waterholes full even at night. In South Africa, the artificial waterholes are strategically placed based on the specific preferences of each species. Each drop of water is now no longer something that falls freely. It is preserved thanks to the joint efforts of science, the local communities, and the silent guardians. But that life cannot exist without the protective hand of humans. Conservation is not just the job of organizations. It begins with the awareness and the small actions of each individual. Because when the natural world suffers anywhere, we, wherever we are, also lose a part of ourselves. And if you have ever experienced an African safari, watching the rhinos and the elephants gather at a waterhole to quench their thirst, do not hesitate to share your knowledge and experiences. Your story could become the spark that ignites future conservation efforts. Do not forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to join us on our next extraordinary adventure. In the wilds of the Philippines, the struggle for survival is a constant, an endless cycle of life and endurance. In the ecosystem of the Palawan rainforest, the dense canopy is both a refuge and a battlefield for countless species. The Philippines spotted deer, with its brown coat flecked with white, moves silently through the dense undergrowth. High above, the Philippine eagle soars, its wings outstretched against the sky. And hidden beneath the leaves is the Philippine tarsier, tiny but incredibly resourceful. It moves through the branches with astonishing agility. It must always evade the eagle's sharp eyes, a predator that never loses sight of its target. Along the coast of the Verde Island Passage, the heart of the Coral Triangle, a giant whale shark glides gently, a gentle giant of the sea. But not all marine inhabitants are so placid. The tiny blue-ringed octopus, despite its modest size, carries a venom potent enough to stop a human heart. In the mangrove forests of Aurora, mudskippers dance on the water's surface like acrobats, seizing every opportunity to find food. Here, the crab-eating macaque faces the devastation of typhoons and the pressure of competition from other species. Meanwhile, the saltwater crocodile lies in ambush, its patience, a testament to its formidable predatory instinct. Every moment in this vibrant land is a relentless battle for survival. And every movement is a testament to the fierce vitality of nature. But these victories are fragile, demanding steadfast protection to ensure they are not the final notes of this symphony of life. Lying along the Pacific Ring of Fire, the Philippines is one of the most seismically active regions on Earth. It is not only home to over 20 active volcanoes, but is also the meeting point of 3 massive tectonic plates. The relentless collision of these plates millions of years ago gave birth to the Philippine archipelago. This process was like a master sculptor, constantly carving, erupting, and building to create towering mountains and deep valleys. The landscape of the Philippines is a diverse tapestry, from high peaks to vibrant coral reefs beneath the ocean. In Luzon, the rice terraces of the Cordilleras are a fusion of human ingenuity and natural beauty. Built over 2,000 years ago, these terraces look like stairways to the heavens. But the story of the Philippines is not just about nature. The history of this archipelago is a timeless epic. About 67,000 years ago, the first evidence of human presence was found on the island of Luzon. Indigenous tribes like the Eta have existed for millennia, preserving their unique cultures. The era of cultural exchange began when Ferdinand Magellan arrived in the Philippines in 1521, bringing with him over 300 years of Spanish influence. Religion and architecture have shaped this nation. Catholicism is deeply rooted in the lives of the people, with over 86% of the population being Catholic. In the late 19th century, the Philippines became a colony of the United States. This period ushered in modernization, from an American-style education system to infrastructure development. In 1946, the Philippines gained its independence, beginning a new chapter in its development and integration. The tropical climate of the Philippines is like an artist, constantly painting vibrant landscapes that change with the seasons. Each year, the Philippines experiences two main seasons: the dry season and the rainy season. The dry season, from December to May, brings bright sunshine and clear blue skies. From June to November, the rainy season covers the islands with torrential downpours, with an average annual rainfall of 91 inches. This period is also marked by powerful typhoons, with an average of 20 typhoons per year, some of which are among the strongest on the planet. It is these harsh conditions that have shaped a unique environment where life must adapt to survive. The biodiversity of the rainforests in the Philippines is truly astonishing. It is one of the richest ecosystems on Earth. The Philippines belongs to the group of 17 megadiverse countries, which together hold 70 to 80% of the planet's biological species. To date, over 15,000 plant species have been recorded, with about 50% being endemic. The wildlife is no less remarkable, with over 1,000 species of vertebrates and hundreds of thousands of invertebrate species. The rainforests tell a story of life and adaptation. The tamaraw, a wild dwarf buffalo, has existed for thousands of years, perfectly adapted to the rugged terrain of Mindoro Island. However, habitat loss has pushed their numbers to below 500, making them one of the most critically endangered species. Besides, the pitcher plant Nepenthes philippinensis, a unique carnivorous plant, showcases nature's creativity. With its pitcher-shaped traps filled with sweet nectar, it silently catches and consumes unsuspecting insects. In contrast, the Palawan peacock pheasant, adorned with sparkling green eyes on its feathers, is a masterpiece of natural art. In the stillness of the pristine tropical rainforests, the Philippine eagle soars high as a living symbol of the wild. With the nickname monkey-eating eagle, it appears in folklore and myths, associated with the image of a warrior protecting the ancient forests. On currency, postage stamps, and the national coat of arms, the image of the Philippine eagle is a testament to the country's independence and strength. The Philippine eagle emerged millions of years ago in an environment isolated by the ocean. This isolation created a unique evolutionary branch, where this bird developed distinct characteristics to adapt to the tropical jungle. With keen eyes that can see up to 1.8 miles, it is capable of tracking prey in the dense forests. The feathers on its head stand erect like a natural crown, accentuating its proud appearance. A wingspan of over 7 feet provides incredible agility to navigate through the narrow gaps in the forest. They are found mainly on the large islands of Luzon, Samar, Leyte and Mindanao, where the primary forests still exist. The Philippine eagle is a devoted parent. Each pair produces only one offspring every 2 years, which makes the survival of the young extremely important for the entire population. The nurturing process is not just a biological act, but also a transmission of hunting skills, helping the young to learn how to survive in a challenging world. The Philippine eagle is a highly territorial species, with each pair controlling a vast area of up to 37,000 acres. They hunt prey such as monkeys, flying lemurs, snakes, and small birds. Their hunting technique is not just based on strength, but a perfect combination of patience and strategy. It often perches motionless for hours on high branches, its sharp eyes able to detect any movement up to 1.8 miles below. Sometimes, the eagle silently stalks its prey through the canopy, taking advantage of every opening to get closer. Each dive is not only lightning fast, but also incredibly precise. With talons 4 inches long and as sharp as razors, a single strike is enough to subdue large prey like flying lemurs or monkeys. The presence of this eagle extends far beyond the role of a mere predator. Thanks to its special hunting ability, it controls the populations of species like the flying lemur and monkeys, ensuring no species becomes overpopulated. However, the story of the Philippine eagle is not just one of pride. Their current population in the wild is estimated to be only about 400 to 600 individuals. The primary forests, their home, are under serious threat from agricultural expansion and urbanization. Furthermore, illegal hunting and population fragmentation are increasingly hindering their ability to reproduce and survive. Under the dense canopy of the tropical rainforest, the tarsier hides in the darkness like a mysterious creature. Though tiny, it is blessed with extraordinary survival abilities. The presence of the tarsier is the result of millions of years of evolution in the isolated environment of the Philippine archipelago. This tropical archipelago, with its diverse flora and fauna, has allowed the tarsier to develop unique characteristics. This power comes not just from their size, but also from the unique structure of their retinas, which allows them to capture light much more effectively than the human eye. Complementing its special vision is the ability to turn its head 180 degrees, giving it a panoramic view without moving its body. However, the tarsier is not just a predator, it plays an important role in maintaining ecological balance. By controlling the insect population, it prevents the outbreak of pests, protecting the trees and vegetation. At the same time, it is also prey for larger animals like the Philippine hawk owl, contributing to the stability of the natural food chain. But its story is also one of conservation. The expansion of agricultural land, logging and habitat loss have pushed this species onto the near-threatened list of the IUCN Red List. In addition, the pressure from hunting for the pet trade or for tourism has exacerbated their precarious situation. In the wilds of the Philippines, the struggle for survival is a constant, an endless cycle of life and endurance. In the ecosystem of the Palawan rainforest, the dense canopy is both a refuge and a battlefield for countless species. The Philippine spotted deer, with its brown coat flecked with white, moves silently through the dense undergrowth. High above, the Philippine eagle soars, its wings outstretched against the sky. And hidden beneath the leaves is the Philippine tarsier, tiny but incredibly resourceful. It moves through the branches with astonishing agility. It must always evade the eagle's sharp eyes, a predator that never loses sight of its target. Along the coast of the Verde Island Passage, the heart of the Coral Triangle, a giant whale shark glides gently, a gentle giant of the sea. But not all marine inhabitants are so placid. The tiny blue-ringed octopus, despite its modest size, carries a venom potent enough to stop a human heart. In the mangrove forests of Aurora, mudskippers dance on the water's surface like acrobats, seizing every opportunity to find food. Here, the crab-eating macaque faces the devastation of typhoons and the pressure of competition from other species. Meanwhile, the saltwater crocodile lies in ambush, its patience, a testament to its formidable predatory instinct. Every moment in this vibrant land is a relentless battle for survival. And every movement is a testament to the fierce vitality of nature. But these victories are fragile, demanding steadfast protection to ensure they are not the final notes of this symphony of life. Lying along the Pacific Ring of Fire, the Philippines is one of the most seismically active regions on Earth. It is not only home to over 20 active volcanoes, but is also the meeting point of 3 massive tectonic plates. The relentless collision of these plates millions of years ago gave birth to the Philippine archipelago. This process was like a master sculptor, constantly carving, erupting, and building to create towering mountains and deep valleys. The landscape of the Philippines is a diverse tapestry, from high peaks to vibrant coral reefs beneath the ocean. In Luzon, the rice terraces of the Cordilleras are a fusion of human ingenuity and natural beauty. Built over 2,000 years ago, these terraces look like stairways to the heavens. But the story of the Philippines is not just about nature. The history of this archipelago is a timeless epic. About 67,000 years ago, the first evidence of human presence was found on the island of Luzon. Indigenous tribes like the Aita have existed for millennia, preserving their unique cultures. The era of cultural exchange began when Ferdinand Magellan arrived in the Philippines in 1521, bringing with him over 300 years of Spanish influence. Religion and architecture have shaped this nation. Catholicism is deeply rooted in the lives of the people, with over 86% of the population being Catholic. In the late 19th century, the Philippines became a colony of the United States. This period ushered in modernization, from an American-style education system to infrastructure development. In 1946, the Philippines gained its independence, beginning a new chapter in its development and integration. The tropical climate of the Philippines is like an artist, constantly painting vibrant landscapes that change with the seasons. Each year, the Philippines experiences two main seasons, the dry season and the rainy season. The dry season, from December to May, brings bright sunshine and clear blue skies. From June to November, the rainy season covers the islands with torrential downpours, with an average annual rainfall of 91 inches. This period is also marked by powerful typhoons, with an average of 20 typhoons per year, some of which are among the strongest on the planet. It is these harsh conditions that have shaped a unique environment where life must adapt to survive. The biodiversity of the rainforests in the Philippines is truly astonishing. It is one of the richest ecosystems on Earth. The Philippines belongs to the group of 17 megadiverse countries, which together hold 70 to 80% of the planet's biological species. To date, over 15,000 plant species have been recorded, with about 50% being endemic. The wildlife is no less remarkable, with over 1,000 species of vertebrates and hundreds of thousands of invertebrate species. The rainforests tell a story of life and adaptation. The tamaraw, a wild dwarf buffalo, has existed for thousands of years, perfectly adapted to the rugged terrain of Mindoro Island. However, habitat loss has pushed their numbers to below 500, making them one of the most critically endangered species. Besides, the pitcher plant Nepenthes philippinensis, a unique carnivorous plant, showcases nature's creativity. With its pitcher-shaped traps filled with sweet nectar, it silently catches and consumes unsuspecting insects. In contrast, the Palawan peacock pheasant, adorned with sparkling green eyes on its feathers, is a masterpiece of natural art. In the stillness of the pristine tropical rainforests, the Philippine eagle soars high as a living symbol of the wild. With the nickname monkey-eating eagle, it appears in folklore and myths, associated with the image of a warrior protecting the ancient forests. On currency, postage stamps, and the national coat of arms, the image of the Philippine eagle is a testament to the country's independence and strength. The Philippine eagle emerged millions of years ago in an environment isolated by the ocean. This isolation created a unique evolutionary branch, where this bird developed distinct characteristics to adapt to the tropical jungle. With keen eyes that can see up to 1.8 miles, it is capable of tracking prey in the dense forests. The feathers on its head stand erect like a natural crown, accentuating its proud appearance. A wingspan of over 7 feet provides incredible agility to navigate through the narrow gaps in the forest. They are found mainly on the large islands of Luzon, Samar, Leyte and Mindanao, where the primary forests still exist. The Philippine eagle is a devoted parent. Each pair produces only one offspring every 2 years, which makes the survival of the young extremely important for the entire population. The nurturing process is not just a biological act, but also a transmission of hunting skills, helping the young to learn how to survive in a challenging world. The Philippine eagle is a highly territorial species, with each pair controlling a vast area of up to 37,000 acres. They hunt prey such as monkeys, flying lemurs, snakes, and small birds. Their hunting technique is not just based on strength, but a perfect combination of patience and strategy. It often perches motionless for hours on high branches, its sharp eyes able to detect any movement up to 1.8 miles below. Sometimes, the eagle silently stalks its prey through the canopy, taking advantage of every opening to get closer. Each dive is not only lightning fast, but also incredibly precise. With talons 4 inches long and as sharp as razors, a single strike is enough to subdue large prey like flying lemurs or monkeys. The presence of this eagle extends far beyond the role of a mere predator. Thanks to its special hunting ability, it controls the populations of species like the flying lemur and monkeys, ensuring no species becomes overpopulated. However, the story of the Philippine eagle is not just one of pride. Their current population in the wild is estimated to be only about 400 to 600 individuals. The primary forests, their home, are under serious threat from agricultural expansion and urbanization. Furthermore, illegal hunting and population fragmentation are increasingly hindering their ability to reproduce and survive. Under the dense canopy of the tropical rainforest, the tarsier hides in the darkness like a mysterious creature. Though tiny, it is blessed with extraordinary survival abilities. The presence of the tarsier is the result of millions of years of evolution in the isolated environment of the Philippine archipelago. This tropical archipelago, with its diverse flora and fauna, has allowed the tarsier to develop unique characteristics. This power comes not just from their size, but also from the unique structure of their retinas, which allows them to capture light much more effectively than the human eye. Complementing its special vision is the ability to turn its head 180 degrees, giving it a panoramic view without moving its body. However, the tarsier is not just a predator, it plays an important role in maintaining ecological balance. By controlling the insect population, it prevents the outbreak of pests, protecting the trees and vegetation. At the same time, it is also prey for larger animals like the Philippine hawk owl, contributing to the stability of the natural food chain. But its story is also one of conservation. The expansion of agricultural land, logging and habitat loss have pushed this species onto the near-threatened list of the IUCN Red List. In addition, the pressure from hunting for the pet trade or for tourism has exacerbated their precarious situation. Deep within the Ngorongoro crater, often described as a primeval arena of life, exists a bird adorned in a brilliant pink, like a sunset stretched across the salt flats. For the lesser flamingo, a small but proud species, the Ngorongoro crater is an extraordinary natural restaurant in the Tanzanian highlands. At the center of the crater lies Lake Magadi, a shallow, alkaline, saline lake that seems inhospitable but is a fertile ground for the explosive growth of spirulina cyanobacteria. This alga is the almost exclusive food source for the lesser flamingo. Rich in carotenoids, the algae impart their characteristic pink hue to the bird's plumage, as if dyed by the very sun of the equatorial sky. This bill is not a mouth, but a delicate, living harvester. Inverted in the alkaline water, it becomes an engine of exquisite precision, sifting the very essence of life from the caustic soup. It is a tool perfected over millennia, designed to find sustenance where others find only barrenness. Although found in many parts of Africa, nearly 80% of the world's lesser flamingo population, estimated at 2.2 to 3.2 million individuals in 2025, currently thrives in East Africa. Lake Magadi serves as a crucial stopover in their life cycle, a perfect refueling station when larger lakes dry up. Change their alkalinity, or lose their food supply under the influence of climate change. As the pink of the lesser flamingos fades on the alkaline lake, the vast landscape of Ngorongoro falls silent. In this 100-square-mile crater, a prehistoric creature still endures. Unassuming, quiet, the black rhino walks slowly, as if carrying the last breath of the wilderness on its shoulders. The crater provides all the essential elements for the black rhino's survival. Stable water sources, like the Munja stream and the Gorogor swamp, are always near. Although their numbers here are only around 30 individuals, because they are concentrated in this relatively enclosed space. The Ngorongoro crater has one of the highest densities of black rhinos in Africa. The population here holds extraordinary genetic value. They are not a group reintroduced from elsewhere. but a native lineage, descendants of the rhinos that have lived in this region for thousands of years. In a world where biodiversity is fading, such original genes are of immense importance for long-term research and conservation. The black rhino is a browser. It does not eat short grass, but instead seeks out shrubs, leafy plants, and woody branches. An adult can consume 44 to 60 pounds of food per day. Their average lifespan ranges from 30 to 40 years in the wild and can be longer in stable conditions like those in Ngorongoro. The story of Fausta, believed to be the world's oldest black rhino, who lived to be 57 here, is the clearest testament to the quality of life inside Ngorongoro. However, the Ngorongoro crater is not just the kingdom of flamingos and black rhinos. It is also an enclosed domain of predators. The serval is a medium-sized cat built on extraordinary proportions. Its long legs, especially the hind ones, give it a remarkable shoulder height of about 2 feet, while its weight remains light, only 20 to 40 pounds. Its oversized ears, erect like twin satellite dishes, are finely tuned to catch the slightest rustle in the thick grass or the smallest movement under the damp earth. These physical traits make the serval one of the most effective hunters in the entire cat family. In the ever-rustling grasslands of Ngorongoro, the serval has perfected its hunting skills to an extraordinary degree of precision. When it identifies its prey, usually rodents, ground birds, or small snakes, the serval freezes, its body's rhythm attuned to even the faintest subterranean scratches. Then, as the prey emerges, its spring-like legs launch it in a sudden burst, with the longest legs relative to body size of any cat. The serval can leap up to 6.5 feet high to catch birds in mid-air or strike down any small snake within its reach. Their hunting success rate is around 50%, much higher than that of larger cats like lions or leopards. As the sun sets behind the crater's rim, deep roars echo off the vertical cliffs. It is not just the sound of territory, but a declaration of supreme authority from the lion, the apex predator of the Ngorongoro crater. Recent surveys record the lion population here at about 65 to 75 individuals, divided into approximately 8 prides, with an estimated density of between 20 and 25 lions for every 39 square miles. But the males here look even more formidable, crowned with dark manes. A lion's mane is influenced by genetics, hormones, and the surrounding climate. Males with darker, even jet black, manes often have higher testosterone levels, are more successful in reproduction, and tend to live longer. In Ngorongoro, over 60% of adult males have dark manes. In struggles for dominance, a black mane provides both a physical advantage and favor from the females. The origins of such power struggles are rooted in history. The dark manes of Ngorongoro are born from a history of near oblivion. A plague once swept through this crater, leaving only a handful of survivors. From their bloodline, this entire kingdom was rebuilt. It is a legacy of resilience, but it comes at a cost, a shared ancestry so close that every lion here is a near reflection of the other, a dynasty forged in isolation. In the Ngorongoro crater, the limited territory is combined with a high density of prey. This forces the prides to live closer together, causing more frequent territorial clashes. Two male lions appear from opposite sides. There is no room to back down. Their roars shake the air, signaling an imminent clash. They collide, 400 pounds of impact force. Claws tear at the earth, white teeth flash as they reach for the throat. The battle decides more than just land. It is the right to pass on a lineage and secure a legacy of strength. In the Ngorongoro ecosystem, the victor keeps both territory and breeding rights, while the loser is cast out of the social order. The hunting life in Ngorongoro reflects flexibility and keen adaptability. While the males spend much of their time patrolling and protecting, the lionesses lead the hunts. Although the average hunting success rate for lions across Africa is only about 18 to 30%, the prides in Ngorongoro can achieve 35 to 40% thanks to abundant prey and cooperative skills honed over generations. In the fading light, where the tall grasses still hold the day's heat, a fierce confrontation unfolds. A pride of lions has just brought down a zebra, but before they can celebrate, silent shadows appear on the periphery. Spotted hyenas, not one, but many. A piercing laugh rings out like a challenge. This confrontation between the two apex predators of the Ngorongoro crater is nothing new. It is an age-old rivalry passed down through countless generations. And the Ngorongoro crater is not just a natural fortress, it's an ecological pressure cooker. Due to the confined space and lack of easy escape routes, confrontations between lions and hyenas here occur with greater frequency and intensity than anywhere else on Earth. The hyenas of Ngorongoro are not mere scavengers. They are incredibly effective hunters who regularly and actively challenge and steal kills from lions. In this enclosed arena, the laws of the savannah seem to be rewritten daily. Numbering from 380 to over 470 individuals, the spotted hyena is the most numerous carnivore in Ngorongoro. Recent surveys confirm the presence of at least 8 clans, each with up to 80 members, thriving in territories no larger than 15 square miles. Their competition with lions goes far beyond battles over carcasses. At such high densities, clashes can occur almost daily. Although lions are superior in strength, spotted hyenas have the advantage in numbers and strategy. This cycle of confrontation has shaped a crucial ecological dynamic within the crater, where nothing is certain and the strongest is not always the victor. They are not solitary wanderers. Each clan operates as a tightly organized matriarchal society where the highest rank belongs to the alpha female and status is passed from mother to daughter. Males, upon reaching maturity, are not allowed to remain in their birth clan, but must leave, seeking to join another clan to breed. This mechanism prevents inbreeding in the geographically limited environment of the crater. In this enclosed world, a young male's departure is not a desperate gamble, but a calculated journey. An unseen network of information seems to guide him. Whispers carried on the wind, the scent of a familiar relative in a distant clan. It is an ancient social wisdom, ensuring that even in exile, a path to a new future is never truly lost. They tend to seek out clans where a twin brother or a peer has already migrated, increasing their chances of being accepted and successfully reproducing. Additionally, they rely on a complex communication system, from giggles, hisses, and whoops to resounding roars, to locate clan members and coordinate collective actions. In a closed system like Ngorongoro, their laughter echoes as the voice of an ecosystem that is both resilient and profound. The ferocity within the Ngorongoro crater is just one part of the larger picture of the East African wilderness. Just to the north, the Serengeti plains unfold into an endless ocean of grass. This is not an ordinary natural event, but one of the greatest wildlife spectacles remaining on Earth, the Great Migration. Each year, about 1.5 to 2 million wildebeest, along with over 200,000 zebras, 500,000 gazelles, and tens of thousands of eland, begin a journey of more than 500 miles through the Serengeti Mara ecosystem. And if the Great Migration is a grand symphony of African nature, then the Serengeti is the orchestra, the stage where every rhythm of life begins and is reborn in its endless cycle. Across the more than 5,700 square miles of northern Tanzania, life does not just exist, it explodes with a richness found nowhere else on Earth. The name Serengeti in the Masai language means endless plains, an image that captures not only the vastness of the space, but also the constant movement and renewal of life. When the rains cease and the clouds clear from the southern highlands, the Ndutu region near the Ngorongoro Conservation Area becomes the starting point. Here, the soil is formed from layers of ancient volcanic ash accumulated over thousands of years, nurturing mineral-rich grasslands with high concentrations of potassium, calcium, and silica. The vegetation in this region grows rapidly and has a nutrient level 25% higher than the neutral soils farther north. That is why, from about January to March, the great herds of blue wildebeest, zebra, and gazelle converge here. Herds of Grant's zebras lead the flow of the Great Migration, as if an ancient memory of the journey is etched into their every step. They move by memory, a kind of biological map imprinted over generations. In the Serengeti Mara ecosystem, about 200,000 Grant's zebras participate in the annual journey. Unlike the lean build of the wildebeest, the Grant's zebra has a robust frame, weighing an average of 485 to 660 pounds. This is the smallest subspecies of zebra. However, it possesses extraordinary endurance, enough to lead the Great Migration across the Serengeti. Its black and white stripes are not just natural camouflage. They also help regulate body temperature, allowing the zebra to adapt to the dry heat of the tropical plains. As the pioneers on the long journey, Grant's zebras first eat the tall, coarse and dry grasses on the surface, food that many other herbivores avoid. By consuming the tougher, upper layer of grass, they expose the tender, nutrient-rich new shoots below, which is precisely the type of grass the wildebeest prefers most. This forms one of the greatest informal symbiotic relationships of the Great Migration. While the Grant's zebra leads the way, the blue wildebeest engages in one of the greatest birthing events on Earth. Each year, about 500,000 calves are born in just a few short weeks in February and March, an average of nearly 8,000 new lives per day. This synchronized birthing is a sophisticated strategy to overwhelm predators like lions, hyenas, and cheetahs, which can only target a small fraction of this massive wave of life. After the calving season, when the fresh grasses have been grazed and the ground begins to crack under the first summer sun, the true march of the wildebeest begins. Wildebeest outnumber every other mammal in the migration cycle. Each year, about 1.5 to 1.7 million of them move together. With an average build, a wildebeest weighs about 400 to 550 pounds. Their simple digestive system is perfectly designed to quickly absorb energy from fresh grass. And because of this dependence, they are known as the rain followers. A wildebeest can sense rain up to 30 miles away. What sets them apart is the lack of a clear leader. There are no commands, no calls. The herd moves forward as a single entity through swarm intelligence. Wildebeest are the silent engineers of the ecosystem. By grazing on short, soft grass, they stimulate new growth. Their dung, rich in nutrients, replenishes the soil with nitrogen. By mid-year, the real challenges begin. The rivers become nature's greatest barriers. At the Grumeti River, as the newborn calves tire from the long journey, the pools of water become irresistible. Beneath the surface, hundreds of Nile crocodiles lie in wait. Some wildebeest are dragged down by crocodiles. Others stand frozen as they witness their kin being snatched by the hidden giants. In July, the journey continues north, where the Serengeti slopes higher, the air is drier, and the sky opens up. The northern Serengeti reveals a different kind of beauty. Scattered kopjes, granite outcrops, rising like fins from a sea of golden grass. Perfect observation points for prides of lions tracking the herds from afar. But by August, the Mara River changes everything. This river bisects the land, marking one of the most dramatic river crossings in the wild. Unlike the Grumeti, the Mara is deeper, faster, flowing, and more infested with crocodiles. Here, one of the most primal spectacles of life unfolds. Thousands of wildebeest bellow, pushing forward, leaping into the churning water, fighting to cross a gauntlet of predators. But in this tragedy, a paradox of life is revealed. The mass death of wildebeest during the river crossing is not an end, but the beginning of another life cycle. Millions of pounds of carcasses settle at the river bottom, creating a colossal nutrient feast that lasts for months. This influx of nitrogen and phosphorus feeds the populations of fish, insects and algae, turning the tragedy of the migration into a gift of life for the entire ecosystem. The adult Nile crocodiles in this region are 11.5 to 16.5 feet long, with dominant individuals reaching 20 feet and weighing over 1,500 pounds. Their skin is reinforced by small bony plates beneath the surface called osteoderms, turning them into true biological tanks in the water. With their eyes, nostrils and ears all positioned on top of their head, they can remain almost completely submerged while still being aware of everything happening on the water's surface. Their bite force is one of the strongest in the animal kingdom, easily crushing the bones of large herbivores like wildebeest or zebra. But instead of chewing, they clamp down with those teeth, drag their prey into the water, and perform a rotational maneuver with devastating results. At crossing points like the Mara, the arrival of the migrating herds marks the peak season for the Nile crocodiles. When tens of thousands of animals plunge into the river in a single day, the crocodiles don't need to chase. But the more animals that cross at once, the higher the survival rate for each individual. The wildebeest understand this instinctively. If they make it across the Mara River, they will reach the Masai Mara, the promised land of endless green pastures. From August to October, the herds rest here, grazing, storing energy, and preparing for the next stage of their journey. This is also when the wildebeest enter their mating season. Their resilience stems directly from the richness of the ecosystem here. The Masai Mara lies at an average altitude of 5,000 feet above sea level, with a more temperate climate and more evenly distributed rainfall than the southern Serengeti. The grasses of the Masai Mara are particularly nutritious, especially after the rainy season. The density of wildlife here can sometimes be almost unbelievable. At the peak of the dry season, the biomass of herbivores in the Masai Mara has been recorded at nearly 85,000 pounds per square mile. But this is not just a place for herbivores. The Masai Mara is also a paradise for predators. According to one survey, the lion population in the reserve is estimated at around 850 individuals. Leopards are recorded at a density of 6 to 10 individuals per 39 square miles, while spotted hyenas live in clans of up to 60 members. The high concentration of predators makes the Masai Mara a battlefield, where hunting instincts constantly clash with the will to survive. Away from the noisy herds and the chaotic race for survival, the leopard chooses its own rhythm, silent, precise, and fiercely independent. Amidst the chaos of the Great Migration, it becomes a symbol of perfect stillness. A phantom gliding through the low bushes along the banks of the Mara and Talek rivers. Weighing between 66 and 132 pounds, it is still strong enough to haul a young wildebeest weighing over 220 pounds up a tree. Unlike predators that rely on the migratory season for an abundance of food, the leopard maintains a very diverse diet. From rodents, ground birds and fish to gazelles, young zebras and impalas, anything can become a meal when the time is right. Although active year-round, leopards are rarely seen. They are present but invisible, leaving only faint footprints on the damp earth or a smear of blood on a tree trunk. The total number of individuals in the reserve is estimated at around 52, with higher densities in less disturbed areas, like the Olari Motorogi Conservancy, Mara North, and the riverine forests. In the Masai Mara, they play a unique role in the ecosystem. As the Great Migration brings millions of wildebeest, zebras, and gazelles into the reserve, the leopard does not plunge into the chaos. They move along the edges of the migratory mass, keeping an eye out for the young, the stragglers, or the weak. A female leopard has chosen her target. Her body is pressed to the ground, every muscle tensed like a compressed spring. She advances with silent patience, her keen eyes locked on every movement of her prey. She creeps forward, almost silently, thanks to her thick paw pads. When she is less than 16 feet away, the explosive pounce is launched. Lightning speed, a precise bite to the throat, right on the jugular. The gazelle struggles, but the leopard's powerful jaws end it all in under a minute. However, to fully understand the drama of this hunt, we must look at the victim, the Thompson's gazelle. Although it participates in the Great Migration, this species follows a slightly different route, preferring the young grass, the super-short, nutrient-rich shoots that grow after the wildebeest have passed through. Their numbers are smaller, about 500,000 individuals, and their journey is shorter. Many groups stop in the Serengeti, instead of completing the full loop to the Masai Mara. Though not large in stature, they possess one of the most powerful survival tools in the wild: speed. An adult can reach speeds of 50 to 58 miles per hour, outpacing nearly all other similarly sized herbivores. Furthermore, they can maintain high speeds over longer distances, sometimes even outlasting the short sprint of a cheetah, the fastest land predator. The difference lies not in the burst, but in the endurance. Their strutting behavior, leaping high into the air with all four legs straight, is a visual signal with a clear purpose. It also serves as a warning to other members of the herd about approaching threats. In the food chain of the Masai Mara, they play a crucial intermediate role, both as herbivores that help manage plant growth and as a stable source of nutrition for the main predators. The ferocity of the Great Migration means that life and loss are constant companions. Each year, over 250,000 wildebeest do not return. But it is this endless cycle that has shaped a vibrant and resilient ecosystem. The constant movement helps to renew the grasslands. The entire food web is activated by this seemingly simple act of migration. In all this movement, there is no script. Nature operates on its own logic, where every creature plays a vital role. And the Great Migration becomes a living symphony, sometimes chaotic, sometimes grand and mournful, but always profound and meaningful. If the Great Migration captivates with the sheer number of animals moving in an endless loop, then Kilimanjaro, Tanzania's final site on the list, makes its mark with height and solitude. Rising high above the vast plains, Mount Kilimanjaro draws the eye not only with its 19,341-foot height, but also because it is a stratovolcano that belongs to no mountain range. Kilimanjaro is not just geologically unique, but also ecologically diverse across its height. The rapid change of climatic zones from the cultivated lowlands at its base to the icy summit makes it one of the most distinct altitudinal ecosystems on Earth. Scientists often describe it as a journey from the equator to the Arctic, where every step upward takes you into a completely new world. From 5,900 feet upwards, lush tropical rainforests begin to dominate. This green canopy is home to over 1,200 plant species and hundreds of endemic birds. The crowned eagle reigns over this kingdom. From 5,900 feet upwards, lush tropical rainforests begin to dominate. This green canopy is home to over 1,200 plant species and hundreds of endemic birds. The crowned eagle reigns over this kingdom. The crowned eagle's hunting strategy combines ambush and speed. In the dense forests covering Kilimanjaro's slopes, it waits, still and silent, hidden among the thick branches, its amber eyes glowing like twin flames. Deep below the canopy, a troop of colobus monkeys moves from branch to branch, their contrasting black and white coats flowing like silk in the dappled sunlight. With a wingspan of nearly 6.5 feet, the eagle's broad yet remarkably agile wings allow it to glide through the treetops without a sound, a rare skill for large birds of prey. These are not talons designed merely to hold. They are instruments of conclusion. A grip that delivers the force of a falling anvil, capable of extinguishing the light of life in the instant of impact. The strike itself is the final word. Scientists compare the relative power of its hind talon to the canine tooth of a leopard. Its strike is not just a grasp, but a killing blow delivered by steel-like legs, ending the prey's life at the moment of impact. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry shatters the forest. Like a living thunderbolt in broad daylight, the eagle dives at over 100 miles per hour, weaving through the branches with lethal precision. A young monkey looks up just in time to see steel talons closing around its body, lifting it into the sky. A single terrified cry, and then silence. The colobus monkeys living on this mountain are classified as the Kilimanjaro gereza, also known as the mantled gereza. A species with a striking coat that has become a symbol of the mist-shrouded highland forests. Unlike omnivorous monkeys, The Kilimanjaro giraza is a specialized folivore. Its diet consists mainly of leaves, including old leaves with high cellulose content or mild toxins that most other primates cannot digest. Although this diet provides a great ecological advantage, it is relatively low in energy. Therefore, the Kilimanjaro giraza tends to be sedentary, spending much of the day quietly digesting in the treetops. Despite its slow-paced life, the mantled giraza shows remarkable agility when needed, a crucial survival skill in the multi-layered rainforests of Kilimanjaro. And finally, descending from 2,600 to 5,900 feet, Kilimanjaro reveals another, more serene landscape where humans and nature coexist in harmony. At the foot of the mountain, where low clouds drift along the slopes, and the border between Kenya and Tanzania is but a faint concept. The silent, steady footfalls of African elephants leave their mark on the red earth. Unfettered by boundaries or fences, they are the cross-border nomads. From the floodplains of Amboseli in the wet season, African elephants move along ancient ecological corridors towards the northern slopes of Kilimanjaro as the dry season arrives. This is a form of strategic migration, not fixed in a strict annual cycle, but deeply influenced by rainfall, humidity, and changes in vegetation. During this journey, some individuals stand out with remarkable tusks that nearly touch the ground, known as great tuskers. living relics of a genetic lineage that has almost vanished from most of Africa. The presence of legendary individuals like Big Tim provides compelling evidence of an ancient genetic line still quietly preserved in the Kilimanjaro Amboseli ecosystem. Beyond their iconic status, elephants are true ecosystem engineers. As they move, they break through thickets, creating paths through the dense forest and opening up natural corridors that benefit other species. While feeding on fruits and leaves, they inadvertently collect seeds and later disperse them through their dung, an extremely effective method of forest regeneration. For the Chaga people, Kilimanjaro is not merely a part of the landscape, it is part of their soul. They believe that the clouds that always shroud the peak of Kibo are the abode of ancestral spirits, and the water that flows down from the mountain is a sacred gift from God. Now let us travel south, through the Myombo woodlands, beyond the sun-scorched savannas of Tanzania and Zambia, to a place where the land does not rise to the heavens, but instead sinks into the earth. We arrive in another world, the Okavango Delta, Africa's largest inland wetland. Unlike most of the world's major river systems that end their journey in the sea, the Okavango River stops in the heart of the Kalahari Desert. In 2014, UNESCO recognized this site as the 1000th World Heritage Site, not only for its geographical uniqueness, but also for its global ecological value. Here, the river flows into a vast inland basin with no outlet to the ocean. Each year, it discharges around 389 billion cubic feet of water, creating one of the most extraordinary natural spectacles on the planet. This water spreads over an area of 2,300 to over 5,800 square miles, and at peak flood, the delta can expand to 8,500 square miles, nearly the size of the U.S. state of New Jersey. The uniqueness of the flood cycle creates a rare paradox. The water rises during the dry season, and life blossoms when the rest of the region is arid. At that time, the Okavango becomes a great gathering place for one of the most diverse and robust wildlife populations on Earth. The hippopotamus does not drift with the current like a crocodile, nor does it slink through the mud like an otter. It walks with a steady tread each night from its deep water refuge to the banks to feed. And it is this unchanging habit, repeated over many years, that has created what are now known as hippo highways. What were initially simple pathways have, over time, evolved into a complex network of channels connecting shallow pools and remote marshes with the delta's central flow. The hippo's role does not stop at moving water. Each night, a hippo can consume 66 to 88 pounds of grass. After feeding, it returns to the water to cool its body and escape the harsh sun day. And then, in that water, it releases a large amount of waste, a natural fertilizer rich in nitrogen and phosphorus, which promotes the growth of algae and plankton. When the dry season sweeps through the Okavango Delta, the once vast wetlands shrink to a few shallow waterholes. Wherever water remains, it becomes a battlefield. From a distance, a group of lions approaches. The heat is intense, their throats are parched, but to take a sip of water, they must confront the true ruler of these waters. The hippo opens its enormous mouth like a stone gate, revealing dagger-sharp canines. It is not an invitation, it is a challenge. Under the harsh sun of the Masai Mara, the ground trembles in waves as the wildebeest herds pour across the savannah like a living tide. But within that chaos, another chase begins. The cheetah does not hide in the shadows. It stands in broad daylight, its body taut like a drawn bow. Its eyes are locked on an unwary target at the edge of the herd, a Thompson's gazelle. A lightning-fast burst tears through the air. In less than 20 seconds, the cheetah reaches 75 miles per hour, the fastest speed ever recorded on land. But the gazelle does not give up easily. It reacts instantly, swerving in an instinctive zigzag pattern. Those slender legs are not just for running. They are made to fight for life. With its slender build and poor defensive capabilities, the cheetah avoids hunting at night when larger predators like lions and hyenas dominate. Instead, it hunts in the early morning or late afternoon. While the females live alone, raising their cubs and often moving to protect them, the males tend to form tight-knit groups called coalitions, often composed of brothers. However, the cheetah lives on the edge of the food chain. Despite being a master of speed, it often loses its hard-earned prey to lions, hyenas, and even leopards. After each energy-draining chase, a cheetah must rest to recover, and that is when stronger rivals often appear. The cheetah's kill-loss rate in the Masai Mara is as high as 50%. Under the scorching heat, silence is not peace, but a threat. In the sparse bushes, 3 pairs of young eyes look up, waiting. Hunger has gnawed away their innocence, and each weak breath is a silent question to their mother. In the amber eyes of the mother lion, there is no pride of a king. Only the weariness of a hunter who has failed for days, and the burden of her small lives on the brink of death. The maternal instinct burns hotter than the scorching sun, turning fear into ultimate courage. In the distance, a solitary figure appears, the only source of life. This is no longer a hunt. This is a battle for the future. A battle where the loser will not see tomorrow. Around them, only the breath of the victor remains. Today's meal is not a trophy, it is life. Survival comes not just from tooth and claw, but from the invisible laws that shape the lion prides of Jacana. In a night that swallows the stars, every breath is a gamble. There are no roars of defiance, only the frantic drumming of a heart in the prey's chest and the deadly stillness of a hidden predator. This is not merely a meal, it is nature's death sentence, where a moment of weakness, a single small mistake, is enough to end a life. Under the Jacana sky, the battle for survival has no spectators, no rules, only one law. The weak are culled. And every dawn that breaks is a bloody victory, a cold reminder of the brutality and glory of life. Under the scorching skies of Central Africa, Jacana once echoed with the desperate cries of the African bush elephants. According to the European External Action Service, between 2002 and 2010, over 4,000 individuals vanished without a sound. At one point, nearly 100 never returned each week. The population was shattered, many herds completely dispersed. Step by step, greed and helplessness had turned Jacana into a desolate graveyard. It wasn't until 2010, when African parks stepped in, that a new hope began to sprout from the ashes. For the first time, satellite devices tracked the heavy footsteps of these giants. Local communities became the guardians, protecting the wildlife and the land of their ancestors. Now, Jacana once again thrives as a biological battlefield, where predator and prey struggle for survival in its most primal rhythm. In the shade of the acacia trees, the lion waits patiently, its eyes glowing like embers. Not far away, a herd of taupe antelopes watches intently for strange movements in the wind. Across the murky water, a Nile crocodile surfaces in silence, while a hippopotamus stirs. A silent, wordless contest begins. Life here may not roar, but it beats fiercely, silently, and with a relentless intensity. Jacana National Park was officially established in 1963 by a presidential decree of the Republic of Chad. Jacana became the country's first national park and one of the oldest protected areas in the Central African region. Its establishment marked a shift from a loosely managed territory to a strictly protected area. This was a pivotal moment in the history of wildlife conservation in Chad, laying the foundation for future ecological restoration strategies. By 2024, the officially recognized area of Jacana was 1,175 square miles. Located in the southeast of the Republic of Chad, Jacana National Park spans the provinces of Guera and Salamat. The park is situated in the Sudano-Sahelian Ecological Transition Zone, a meeting point between the edge of the Sahara Desert and the tropical forests of Central Africa. Thanks to its geographical location, the area mainly consists of low-lying plains with an elevation ranging from 656 to 1,640 feet above sea level. The geology is primarily composed of ancient alluvial and desert sand deposits, which has allowed for the development of a network of rivers. This is essential for maintaining both the hydrological balance and ecological health. Reintroduction of the black rhino in 2018. The bird life is even more diverse, with 530 species recorded. Consequently, the park has become one of Africa's premier birdwatching destinations, especially during the flood season. In terms of plant life, Jacana has recorded over 500 species of vascular plants, with the main ecological structure being the shrub savanna. Each plant community is distributed based on soil moisture, from the seasonally flooded grasslands to the dry savannas. The climate of Jacana is characterized as semi-arid with two distinct seasons. The rainy season lasts from May to September, while the dry season extends from October to April of the following year. This seasonal climate pattern dictates the life cycles of the plant communities and strongly influences the migratory, reproductive, and foraging behaviors of the wildlife in the region. The dry season in Jacana brings the most extreme climatic conditions, with daytime temperatures often soaring above 95 degrees Fahrenheit and humidity dropping to very low levels. Rainfall is almost non-existent, causing the seasonal rivers and wetlands to dry up, leaving behind cracked mudflats and ash-colored withered grasslands. The Sahelian acacia savanna, located in the northern part of Jacana, is the most arid ecoregion in the entire park. The terrain here is flat, with fast-draining sandy clay soil, causing surface moisture to disappear just a few weeks after the rainy season ends. The absence of water and natural shade means that the ground temperature in this area often exceeds 113 degrees Fahrenheit at midday. However, the plant life in this region has evolved to withstand these extremely arid conditions through adaptations such as small leaves, deep root systems, and a thick outer bark. And the animals here are anything but fragile. Amidst the dusty veil that covers the savanna, the African civet silently roams the night, playing an essential role. With its highly developed scent glands, it leaves distinct chemical trails on tree trunks, rocks, and familiar paths. This scent-marking behavior is crucial for establishing territory and helps to prevent conflict, especially when food becomes limited. Their diet is both flexible and essential. From insects and fallen fruits to carrion, they contribute to the decomposition process. Also a small and agile creature, the caracal has adapted remarkably to the harsh, arid conditions of Jacana. With its prominent long ears tipped with sharp black tufts like arrows, this wild cat is known for its ability to leap vertically up to 10 feet. An impressive skill that allows it to catch birds in mid-air. Thanks to its compact body and a sandy-colored coat that blends perfectly with the environment, the caracal moves with ease through the low thorn bushes. The Kordofan giraffe, the tallest of animals, faces no small challenge in surviving the dry season. Classified as a critically endangered subspecies, the Kordofan giraffe now numbers fewer than 2,000 individuals in the wild. More than half of them live in the core of Jacana. Compared to other giraffe subspecies like the Masai or the South African giraffe, the Kordofan is significantly smaller. Its average height ranges from 14.8 to 18 feet. Its coat is a pale cream color with small, sparse spots. Its mouth, equipped with flexible lips and a tongue nearly 18 inches long. This is a significant biological advantage, reducing direct competition with other herbivores. Among the hoofed mammals, the giraffe endures some of the highest joint and spinal pressures due to its size and long neck. This makes them particularly vulnerable to sudden changes in terrain, such as cracked dry ground or shifting sand slopes. GPS tracking reports from early 2025 show that the movement of the Kordofan giraffe has increased by nearly 30% during the dry season. This increase in movement under the intense heat depletes their energy and puts additional pressure on their joints. Furthermore, with a long neck and a cardiovascular system that operates at a blood pressure nearly double that of a human, bending down to drink from low waterholes during the dry season comes with serious risks. However, the Kordofan giraffe has adapted. They shorten their bending time, remain vigilant in small groups, and primarily move in the early morning hours. More worrying, however, is their slow reproductive cycle and low birth rate. Each female gives birth to only one calf after a gestation period of up to 15 months. Also in the arid Sahelian acacia savanna, where the Kordofan giraffe reigns in the treetops, the warthog stands out near the ground. Unlike many animals in Jacana that tend to hide from the daytime heat, the warthog remains active during the peak hours. According to movement tracking data, the warthog spends 60 to 70% of its day foraging, with peak activity in the early morning and late afternoon. Notably, the pregnant or lactating females tend to extend their foraging time more than the males to meet their higher energy demands. Equipped with a pair of scimitar-shaped tusks and a low-slung body, they can dig deep burrows for their nightly refuge. Their tusks are also defensive tools. In the dry season, when fresh grass is scarce, the warthog feeds on its knees, a behavior that helps to conserve energy. They can also eat carrion and sometimes hunt insects or small animals when their main food sources are limited. Although not particularly large, the warthog is by no means helpless when facing its well-known predators. The adult individuals can charge with their tusks and use a sudden burst of speed of up to 28 miles per hour. The female warthogs protecting their young have even been known to approach and challenge medium-sized predators like the jackal. However, their presence on the fringes of the Sahelian acacia savanna can sometimes cause ecological concerns. During prolonged droughts, some warthogs may wander into the buffer zones, raiding the fields of rice, peanuts, or cassava. These raids have led to the warthog being considered an agricultural pest in some of the communities bordering the forest. In addition, the warthog is considered a natural host of the tsetse fly, an insect capable of transmitting African sleeping sickness. They are also potential carriers of the African swine fever virus, which they can carry without obvious symptoms. Managing the warthog population is a complex challenge in the buffer zones, where the boundary between the wilderness and human habitation remains fragile. The arid Sahelian acacia savanna of Jacana is not an easy place to live. But the lion remains, not because it is the best place, but because it is the most suitable for their hunting strategy and survival needs. The lions in Jacana are smaller than those in eastern and southern Africa. The males weigh on average from 265 to 330 pounds. With a minimal mane and a lean body, they move with more agility and expend less energy, an essential advantage in this arid savanna. They hunt mainly at night and at dawn when the prey begins to emerge from their shelters and the sunlight is still gentle. The most effective hunting window, according to data from GPS collars collected by African parks in early 2025, is from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. The remaining depressions around the Tama River become mandatory gathering points for herbivores like the topi, the roan antelope, and the warthog, and thus they become the main ambush areas. The lion is not a long-distance chaser in the open terrain, and the low, sparse bushes like the Senegal acacia, they rely on ambush tactics. This strategy helps to conserve energy, reduces the risk of failure, and is well suited to the landscape. In Jacana, the lion prides are usually small, from 3 to 6 individuals. This is due to the low density of prey, the harsh environmental pressure, and the need to move over a wide range. The smaller groups move faster, require less food sharing, and are better able to control the vast territories. In the pride, the lionesses lead the hunt. They coordinate in small groups, usually sisters or mothers and daughters, to execute precise attacks. However, while the lionesses hunt, the males eat first, even if they did not participate. This rule maintains order and security in the pride. The adult males protect the pride from rival males and competing predators. In return, they get first access to the food. When prey is scarce, the females often carry a portion of the carcass away to feed their cubs separately, reducing conflict and improving their chances of survival. However, the tight social structure of the lion is also fragile. The population numbers in the entire region are still low, and many prides show signs of inbreeding. The West African lion group of Jacana shares a lineage with those in the W. Ali Penjari complex and also mixes with populations from Central and North Central Africa. A 2024 genetic analysis confirmed that the lions of Jacana carry an intermediate genome. This indicates the crucial role of Jacana in connecting the last remaining genetic corridors of the Panthera leo subspecies. With fewer than 1,000 adult individuals of this subspecies left in the wild, Jacana National Park plays a vital role. The lion also helps to maintain the ecological balance. Where there are lions, the herbivore herds move more cautiously and avoid overgrazing in specific areas. Jacana is gradually recovering with purpose and action. In February 2025, Jacana partnered with the Lion Recovery Fund to launch a comprehensive lion monitoring protocol. It combines camera traps, GPS tracking, genetic sampling, and analysis of social structure. The goal of this initiative is to determine the exact population numbers, track age, sex, and social relationships within the prides. At the same time, at the foot of the savanna, the Abyssinian ground hornbill quietly assumes its own role in the biological regulation of the ecosystem. Up to 3.6 feet tall with a jet black plumage and a prominent red facial skin, it strides across the dry grasslands in search of insects, reptiles, and even young rodents. On top of its bill is a glossy black casque, a hollow structure that helps to amplify its deep, resonant call. Data from Jacana in 2025 shows that these birds form lifelong pairs and control feeding territories of up to 1 square mile. In the dry season, when the ground cover is sparse and the ground cracks under the heat, their hunting efficiency improves. The Abyssinian ground hornbill lives mainly on the ground, making them a special site in the savanna ecosystem. In the dry season, the reduced vegetation cover significantly enhances their visibility and foraging range. As the ground hornbill's steps glide over the sun-scorched grass in search of insects, silent circles begin to form above. They are not a sign of life, but of an end. A life has ended, and another crucial link in the ecosystem is stepping in to perform its final duty. The African white-backed vulture. The most common vulture species in the sub-Saharan region, the African white-backed vulture makes up nearly 50% of the total vulture population in Chad. With a wingspan of up to 7.5 feet and extremely sharp vision, it can spot a carcass from a distance of 2.5 to 3 miles. When an individual spots a target, it begins to circle silently above, a clear visual signal that attracts others to the scene within minutes. In the dry season, when carcasses are more frequent due to lack of water and survival stress, their role becomes even more critical. They can clean a carcass within a few hours, eliminating harmful pathogens like anthrax and tissue-decomposing viruses. The African white-backed vulture follows a distinct feeding strategy. Unlike the larger vultures that tear the skin or crush the hard bones, the African white-backed vulture does not break the tough hide. Instead, it uses a pull-and-eat strategy, taking advantage of its beak shape to access the soft tissues, especially the internal organs. Most of the carcasses they consume are not from hunted prey, but from animals that have died of disease, accident, or exhaustion. After feeding, these birds often rest with their wings spread wide, basking in the dry heat, a characteristic behavior. The sunning not only helps to speed up digestion, but also helps to eliminate bacteria that cling to their feathers, acting as a natural biological shield. While the African white-backed vulture silently cleans up the remains of life, the martial eagle is often the one to initiate the cycle. As one of the most powerful birds of prey in Africa, it does not rely on flocks or the smell of rot. Instead, it hunts with unwavering and unhesitating precision. With a wingspan of over 8.5 feet and a weight of up to 13 pounds, its talons can grip prey twice its own weight. Its vision is estimated to be 3.6 times sharper than a human's, sharp enough to detect the slightest movement within a range of over 3 miles. In the dry season, when the grass is sparse and the ground is cracked, the martial eagle has a clear vantage point from the remaining tall Senegal acacia trees. They hunt alone, targeting prey weighing from 1 to 11 pounds. A single dive can reach a speed of up to 150 miles per hour. There is no chase, only perfect timing and a decisive attack. In addition, unlike many large eagles known for their noisy breeding calls, like the crested eagle, the martial eagle is almost silent. This silence makes it harder to detect and study in the wild, but it also reflects its solitary lifestyle and a strategy based on stealth. If the Sahelian savanna forms the arid buffer zone to the north, moving deeper into the heart of Jacana, the landscape begins to change. This area belongs to the East Sudanian savanna, where the vegetation thickens with tall grasses interspersed with shrubs and scattered patches of open woodland. Although still classified as semi-arid, the dry season in the East Sudanian savanna is less severe than in the north. The humidity is higher and the daytime temperature hovers around 97 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Some semi-permanent water sources persist longer into the dry season thanks to the deeper, nutrient-rich clay soils. In the dense undergrowth of the Combretum and Terminalia bushes in central Jacana, the African crested porcupine silently emerges at night. With quills that can be up to 16 inches long, raised when threatened, this rodent is known for its passive but highly effective defense mechanism. During the dry season, when food is scarce, these porcupines venture deeper into the woodlands in search of remaining roots, tubers, and bark. However, this does not significantly affect the porcupine's health, thanks to its specialized digestive system and a clever nutritional strategy. Also in this region, another resident has chosen a completely opposite survival strategy, the patas monkey. No hiding, no burrowing. They burst into the open grasslands with remarkable speed. This is the fastest running monkey in the world, capable of reaching speeds of up to 34 miles per hour when pursued, twice as fast as most other primates in Africa. The patas monkey has a slender body, powerful hind legs, and a long whip-like tail, nearly as long as its body, which helps maintain balance. Its reddish-brown coat, bright face, and distinctive black eye markings like glasses make it easily detectable even from a distance. They live in small groups, led by a dominant male, are active during the day, and are constantly on the move in search of seeds and insects. This agility reduces their risk of encountering predators by 40% compared to slower-moving primates in the same area. Not all species choose to disperse and move with the flexibility of the patas monkey. Right in this same area, the buffon's cob takes the opposite approach, forming large, cohesive herds to survive the harsh, dry season. A distinct subspecies of the cob, the buffon's cob, is widely distributed across Central Africa and the Sahel, areas that now have arid soil, scorched grass, and dust-covered depressions. Unlike many herbivores that choose to hide in harsh weather, the buffon's cob gathers in large groups, with herds sometimes numbering in the hundreds. Each herd has a well-structured social hierarchy, often divided into 3 groups. There is a group of females with their young, solitary adult males, and younger male groups that practice competitive behaviors. At the end of the dry season, before the first rains arrive, the adult males begin to establish mating territories. They use their lyre-shaped horns to engage in direct combat to control the remaining patches of grass. GPS tracking from 2025 shows that the dominant males control territories of 0.3 to 0.6 square miles, which they hold for the 2 to 3 peak breeding weeks. To evade predators, the buffon's cob relies on a strategy of early detection and rapid response. They have a wide field of vision and extremely keen hearing, with many individuals constantly on alert at the edge of the herd. Their sprinting speed can reach up to 43 miles per hour, with sudden turns that reduce the chances of being caught. Like the cob, the African bush elephant also lives in herds, but their survival strategy is uniquely shaped by a different kind of hardship, one not rooted in weather or terrain. From 2002 to 2010, over 4,000 African bush elephants in Jacana were lost to ivory poaching, more than 90% of the population. The impact was devastating, leaving deep fissures in the elephant's social structure. The matriarch-led herds were shattered, and without their leaders, the surviving elephants became scattered and extremely wary. The loss of the matriarchs, the keepers of migratory and landscape memory, left the herds disoriented. But a turning point came in 2010 when African parks took over the management of the park. By early 2025, Zakuma's elephant population had surpassed 750 individuals, with more than a quarter being calves. Now, the African bush elephant is gradually returning to a normal life, readapting to the harsh rhythm of the dry season. In these conditions, the spatial memory of the matriarch becomes the key to survival. In these conditions, the spatial memory of the matriarch becomes the key to survival. Under the leadership of the oldest female, the herd moves constantly to reach areas like the Bahr Salamat riverbed. The elephant herds of Zakuma are matriarchal units consisting of related females and their offspring. Each herd functions as a close-knit, highly coordinated social group in moving, foraging, protecting the calves, and sharing survival information. In arid conditions, the elephant's diet changes significantly. When fresh grass is gone, they switch to dry leaves, broken branches, roots, and bark, consuming from 265 to 330 pounds of vegetation per day. This behavior inadvertently reshapes the landscape, creating new opportunities for other species to thrive after the dry season. Their trunk, containing over 40,000 individual muscle bundles, is a crucial tool and weapon in their survival. During the dry season, the African bush elephant is known to dig waterholes with their trunks. Each well is 12 to 20 inches deep. In times of extreme scarcity, ecological stress can lead to encounters with top predators like the lion. Besides sharing food and protecting the young, elephants also exhibit mourning behaviors for their deceased members, a rare trait Jacana National Park is gradually reclaiming its role as a true ecological sanctuary. Here, each African bush elephant is not just existing, but living with memory, intention, and purpose. As the thick night swallows the savannah, the mother elephant's every purpose contracts into a single instinct to protect. Beneath her colossal body, a tiny life trembles, its faint cries lost. The silence is torn as they arrive. A whole clan of hyenas emerges from the bush, their circle tightening with a macabre laughter, turning the still night into an arena. They lunge, aiming for the young, tender legs, but a wall of flesh and bone stands in their way. The mother trumpets a sound that shakes the heavens, not of fear, but of a primal fury. Each swing of her tusks is a sworn oath that the enemy will have to pass through her. In a circle of death, a mother's love blazes, brutally and fiercely beautiful. But contrasting with the roar of maternal love is another sound that shapes survival in Jacana, the eerie laughter of the hunter. The spotted hyena has one of the most powerful bites relative to its body size, exerting a force of up to 1,000 pounds, force enough to crush the large bones that lions leave behind. Their digestive system is equipped with bone-dissolving enzymes, allowing them to digest marrow and bone fragments much more efficiently. They live in matriarchal clans. Each group is led by dominant females, usually related by blood, along with their offspring. In the dry season, the spotted hyena flexibly switches between the role of a scavenger and a formidable predator. They often arrive at lion kills to compete, using their large numbers to intimidate and steal the carcass when the original predators are off guard. Clashes between hyenas and lions have been recorded, with the hyenas organizing full-scale assaults on the carcasses. Even more incredible is their willingness to consume the remains of their own kind, an act that is both cold and efficient. Their dens, communal shelters chosen by the dominant females, are designed with multiple narrow entrances and are maintained collectively. In the dry season, when direct hunting becomes more difficult, the spotted hyena relies more on scavenging. They follow the vultures or the distant sounds of large predators, sometimes from miles away, to locate the carcasses. Unlike the lions, they are not dependent on the seasonal migrations of their prey. Instead, they adapt to the prey's movements. Their strong social structure helps to mitigate the stress of the dry season. When a dominant female dies, her successor, usually a daughter, quickly steps in to restore order and stability to the clan. The surface of the Okavango swamp slowly settles after the chaos. The last ripples fade, leaving only the smell of mud and a thin sheen of blood shimmering in the sunday. High above, a pair of broad wings cuts across the sky. It is the African fish eagle, the undisputed king of the wetland skies. With vision that can spot prey from over half a mile away, the African fish eagle does not need to soar as low as other predators. When it spots a target, it descends in a sharp diagonal line. Suddenly, its great wings fold. The eagle plummets like an arrow shot from the heavens. Its dive can reach speeds of up to 50 miles per hour, and in an instant, the water's surface erupts in a small explosion. Two curved razor-sharp talons clamp down on a fish weighing nearly 4.5 pounds, lifting it from the water before the ripples have time to close. When food is scarce, the African fish eagle does not hesitate to borrow the fruits of others' labor. It is known for its behavior of kleptoparasitism, or stealing prey from other birds. Its journey stretches northward to a river that has nurtured ancient civilizations, where this bird becomes a timeless symbol, the Nile. This river flows like a ribbon of jade, carving a line of life through the heart of the arid Sahara. The Nile River is approximately 4,132 miles long and is formed by two contrasting main sources, the White Nile and the Blue Nile. The White Nile originates in the Great Lakes region, with its most distant source being the Kagera River flowing into Lake Victoria. On the other side, the Blue Nile originates from Lake Tana in the Ethiopian highlands. Although only about 900 miles long, it contributes up to 80% of the Nile's water and nutrient-rich silt during the rainy season. The two great rivers meet in Khartoum, the capital of Sudan, merging into one mighty river. Afterward, the Nile cuts through the desert, creating a vast green corridor through a land where annual rainfall is only between 1 and 4 inches. Along its banks, ecological diversity thrives. This region is home to over 129 species of fish, 300 species of waterfowl, and many other rare animals. And we begin with the most iconic reptile of the Nile, which is also the largest reptile in Africa, the Nile crocodile. The Nile crocodile's image is carved on the walls of ancient temples, forever linked to the figure of Sobek, the crocodile-headed god, symbolizing the power, fertility, and wild strength that the Nile bestowed. In ancient Egyptian beliefs, crocodiles were not just fearsome predators of the river, they were sacred creatures. They were raised in temple pools, adorned with jewelry. Have you ever wondered why this giant predator bears the name of the river? More than 2 centuries ago, European naturalists first encountered this colossal crocodile along the banks of the Nile. Awed by its power, they named it Crocodilus niloticus. The Nile crocodile is famous for its enormous size. Adult males can be up to 20 feet long and weigh over 1,650 pounds. Its thick, dark skin provides perfect camouflage in the marshes and murky waters. The survival of the Nile crocodile depends on its ability to hide and the precision of its ambush. Along the Nile's banks, they choose quiet spots and lie motionless for hours, waiting for herds of antelope, zebra, or buffalo to come and drink. When the time is right, they launch from the water with lightning speed, clamping down on their prey with a bite force of up to 16,000 newtons. It is the crushing power of a moving steel press. Their signature hunting technique is the death roll. Once the prey is captured, the crocodile spins its body violently underwater, disorienting the victim, breaking its bones, and tearing it into bite-sized pieces to swallow. The Nile crocodile plays a vital role in freshwater ecosystems. They regulate herbivore populations, remove carcasses and sick animals, reduce the spread of diseases, and help maintain ecological balance. And before the Nile crocodile reaches its formidable adult form, it must survive a perilous youth, a youth of constant threats. As the water stills after the crocodile's strike, the shoebill quietly appears, standing motionless like a stone statue, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The shoebill is one of Africa's most bizarre and captivating birds. With a massive bill shaped like a wooden shoe, nearly a foot long, it can clamp down and crush large fish, water snakes, or even baby crocodiles. Its habit of standing motionless for hours in the swamp makes the shoebill look like a living statue, a perfect hunting strategy for ambushing careless prey. With a wingspan of over 8 feet and the ability to fly slowly and silently, it glides over the water without making a sound. Despite its prehistoric appearance, the shoebill is a testament to perfect evolution, combining strength, patience, and precision. With its sharp, cold eyes and majestic stance, it deserves to be called the silent hunter of the African swamps. Its greatest enemy is not the shoebill, but another silent hunter of the Nile monitor. An adult Nile monitor has a robust, muscular body, up to 8 feet long, and weighing up to 44 pounds. Its thick, scaled skin has a yellow-green spotted pattern, providing perfect camouflage. With a long, flat and powerful tail that acts as a paddle, the Nile monitor is an excellent swimmer, capable of diving for up to an hour to hunt or escape predators. Notably, the Nile monitor is known as an arch nemesis of the Nile crocodile, frequently sniffing out and raiding crocodile nests to eat the eggs. "2024 field observations from the Sud wetlands in South Sudan have documented cases of cooperative hunting. While one monitor distracts the guarding mother crocodile, another sneaks in to dig up and eat the eggs. Another striking feature of the Nile monitor is its intelligence, which is surprising for a reptile. It shows signs of coordination, task division, and problem solving. When danger lurks, it has an arsenal of defenses, puffing up its body to look more intimidating, emitting a warning hiss, lashing its tail like a whip, or biting hard with its powerful jaws. Ecologically, the Nile monitor helps regulate populations of small animals, young crocodiles, and large insects, maintaining biological balance throughout the Nile basin. However, the Nile monitor is just one piece in the vast reptilian puzzle of Africa. The continent is home to hundreds of lizard species, from the colorful agama lizards basking on rock walls to the small geckos hiding in crevices at night. This is the Moroccan spiny-tailed lizard, a small reptile armed with a tail covered in hard, sharp scales used for self-defense. It lives in the Sahara Desert, where daytime temperatures can exceed 122 degrees Fahrenheit, while the night plunges into cold, a place where furnace-like heat and freezing cold coexist. Stretching over 3.6 million square miles across 11 countries, the Sahara covers most of North Africa, an area nearly the size of the entire United States. This is not just a desert in the traditional sense. It is a complex tapestry of landforms, from vast shifting sand dunes to barren gravel plains known as regs. Hidden within the Sahara is one of the world's most mysterious geological formations, the Richat structure, also known as the Eye of the Sahara. About 30 miles wide, this spiral-shaped feature is only fully visible from space. Beyond its unusual appearance, the Sahara is also home to life forms, with biological designs that seem crafted for survival in extreme conditions. The dromedary camel is perhaps the most obvious example. The most striking feature of the dromedary is its single hump, which can weigh up to 80 pounds. Contrary to popular belief, this hump contains fat, not water. When food is scarce, the camel metabolizes this fat into energy and water. The dromedary camel has an exceptional tolerance for dehydration. It can go for more than a week without drinking, and when water is available, it can consume up to 53 gallons in just a few minutes. In nomadic cultures like the Tuareg and Bedouin, the camel is not just livestock, it is the center of survival and tradition. They provide milk, meat, leather, and wool. As pack animals, they transport people and goods across vast desert distances. For their adaptability and versatility, they are known as the ship of the desert. Alongside the dromedary camel, smaller creatures also exhibit equally incredible survival skills. One of them is the fennec fox, the world's smallest fox. The fennec fox is nocturnal. It avoids the sun by resting in deep burrows dug in the sand. These burrows can reach depths of 4 feet and cover an area of over 100 square feet. Although highly social, the fennec fox hunts alone. Its diet mainly consists of insects, small reptiles, rodents, bird eggs, fruits, and roots. Thanks to its acute hearing, it can detect prey by picking up sounds from beneath the sand. Once the location is identified, the fox quickly uses its paws to dig and catch the prey. But these giant ears hide a second secret, a masterpiece of adaptation to the heat. They act as a perfect biological radiator. With a large surface area and countless tiny blood vessels close to the skin, these ears allow blood to circulate and release excess heat into the surrounding air, helping the fox to keep its body cool in the scorching desert heat. It's a two-in-one solution for both hunting and survival. Now let's turn to another pack hunter, They hunt with greater precision than lions and may be the most effective hunters in the African wild dog. In the heart of the Okavango Delta, the African wild dog has carved out a different way of life. Not as powerful as the lion, not as stealthy as the leopard. They win through connection. The success of the pack is the key to survival for each member. And it is this social model that allows them to achieve a staggering hunting success rate of up to 80%. They are not large, averaging only 44 to 66 pounds, but their long legs, deep chests, and relatively large hearts allow them to run for miles without tiring. The final wonder named in the list of Africa's most extraordinary ecological treasures is not on land, but hidden beneath the water. This is the Red Sea Reef, the continent's only and most remarkable marine wonder. The Red Sea Reef stretches along the western coast of the Red Sea, from the Gulf of Suez down to the waters of Eritrea and Sudan. The Red Sea is one of the few marine areas in the world formed by the rifting of two tectonic plates. While reefs in the Indian Ocean, the Caribbean, and even the Great Barrier Reef have all experienced widespread bleaching due to rising sea temperatures. The reefs in the northern Red Sea have shown a remarkable degree of resilience. The corals here can withstand temperatures up to 89.6 degrees Fahrenheit without losing their symbiotic algae, a condition that often leads to coral collapse in many other regions when water temperatures exceed 84.2 degrees Fahrenheit. For this reason, researchers have dubbed them supercorals, a form of coral with exceptional heat resistance. This extraordinary resilience is not a recent adaptation but a legacy from the last ice age. To reach the Red Sea, the ancestors of these corals had to migrate through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the south, a gate of death with extremely high temperatures and salinity. Only the hardiest coral individuals survived that grueling journey. Thus, today's supercorals are the descendants of those elite survivors, carrying a heat-resistant genetic makeup forged over thousands of years. Today, this sea is home to over 1,200 species of reef fish, about 10% of which are endemic, found nowhere else in the world. The waters of the Red Sea are so clear that sunlight can penetrate to depths of 100 to 130 feet, providing energy for the photosynthesis of the symbiotic algae, the primary source of nutrition for the corals. Amidst the vibrant coral maze of the Red Sea Reef, a tiny creature tells its own extraordinary story of survival, the Red Sea clownfish. With its bright orange-yellow body and two bold white stripes, this fish is a living example of the power of adaptation and biological evolution. Although only about 5.5 inches long, the Red Sea clownfish thrives in harsh conditions. Unlike the colorful reef fish, the dugong captures attention with its quiet presence, steady movements, and enduring nature. The Red Sea, with its enclosed geography, high persaline waters, and high temperatures, has become the last genetic reservoir for dugongs in the western Indian Ocean. Today, only about 600 to 700 individuals remain. As a strict herbivore, the dugong is entirely dependent on the seagrass meadows in shallow, sunlit coastal waters. In the Red Sea, they show a clear preference for narrow-leafed seagrass. After the gentle glides of the dugong through the seagrass meadows, The survival journey of the Red Sea continues with another ancient creature, the hawksbill turtle. Unhurried and solitary, this sea turtle quietly protects the life of the coral reefs in its own way. The hawksbill turtle is listed as critically endangered by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, with the global population estimated at only about 8,000 adult nesting females in 2025. However, in the Red Sea region, their nesting density is significantly higher. Recent surveys have recorded over 1,200 nests on Saudi Arabia's Farasan Islands alone. What makes them unique is that unlike tropical turtles that nest on damp beaches, the hawksbill turtles of the Red Sea lay their eggs on barren, sandy islands. Where temperatures can reach over 113 degrees Fahrenheit and rainfall is extremely scarce. To adapt, they have developed a rare reproductive strategy, laying some eggs without yolks. Although these eggs cannot hatch, they are thought to act as natural water sacs that help maintain moisture in the nest. Unlike many other sea turtles that primarily eat seagrass or jellyfish, the hawksbill turtle mainly consumes sponges. By eating sponges, the hawksbill turtle indirectly maintains space and access to sunlight for the corals. As the patterned shells of the hawksbill turtles gently cut through the waves on their return to the sea after the nesting season, another ecological icon of the Red Sea silently patrols the deeper waters, the grey reef shark. Unlike creatures tied to the sandy bottom or the shallow reefs, this reef shark is the embodiment of agility and control, keeping the ocean's web of life in balance through millions of years of evolution. As a mesopredator, the grey reef shark helps regulate the populations of smaller fish species, removing the weak or unhealthy, thereby maintaining ecological balance across the entire reef system. In the deep blue waters, along the steep reef walls of the Red Sea, the grey reef shark glides near the cliff face, using the currents to save energy before launching out of the shadows in a lightning-fast attack. After observing the schools of grey reef sharks patrolling the reef walls, we descend to the deeper levels of the ecosystem, where a solitary, powerful, and mysterious creature silently commands the food chain from behind the scenes. This is the tiger shark, the apex predator of the Red Sea, an ancient predatory icon whose lineage dates back more than 60 million years. Unlike the reef sharks, the tiger shark moves alone, is an opportunistic hunter, and can travel hundreds of miles in just a few days. As night falls on the Red Sea, the tiger shark silently rises from the abyss like a prehistoric ghost. It does not rely on sudden bursts of speed or pack hunting. Instead, it moves with a silent determination. Everything can become part of its menu. Sea turtles, dugongs, rays, smaller sharks, seabirds, and even drifting carcasses. A quick snap, a shake of the head, a powerful cut, and then it disappears as if it were never there. It does not always attack, but when it does, the tiger shark rarely fails. Although their image is sometimes controversial due to rare encounters with humans. "2025 statistics show that the chance of encountering a tiger shark while diving in the Red Sea is only 0.3%, with almost no aggressive behavior recorded. The wild nature of Africa, where wonders seem to step straight out of the Bible, paints a majestic picture of dust, flesh, and light. But behind that grandeur lie growing challenges. Mount Kilimanjaro has lost over 85% of its ice since 1912, while the forests at its base have shrunk due to logging and mass trekking. The Nile River is fragmented by dams, heavily polluted, and gradually losing its coastal wetlands. The Okavango Delta struggles with drought, oil exploration, and unstable flood patterns. The Sahara continues to expand, desertification swallowing its green fringes. The Red Sea faces coral bleaching as sea temperatures rise, while uncontrolled tourism and plastic pollution are destroying parts of the reef. To protect the Great Migration, the Masai Mara Conservation Center in 2024 adopted the Earth Ranger Monitoring Network along with LoRaWAN technology. Helping to track wildlife and prevent poaching more effectively. On Kilimanjaro, although more than 85% of the ice has disappeared since 1912, reforestation programs at the mountain's base and visitor management efforts are being intensified. Along the Nile, farmers are beginning to adopt agroforestry methods to restore the wetlands, encouraging the return of species like hippos and Nile crocodiles. Amidst the changing rhythms of nature, every small action from the community contributes to a greater change. Choosing responsible tourism, supporting transparent conservation projects. And reducing waste and practicing sustainable consumption are ways we can help protect the Serengeti, the Nile, or the Red Sea without leaving home.